Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires all meetings of public bodies to be open to the public. And whereas Section 7A provides that the governing body has the discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate 231 Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act. Whereas desire of the governing body to comply with the Use Act. Whereas Section 7A provides the governing manner.
We need everybody to mute themselves, Mayor.
Okay.
I think that's the feedback. Now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, Township of Maplewood does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in deliberations of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observations of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Ms. Cripe,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Daffis.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Welcome, everyone. Good morning to our second budget workshop public meeting. Today, we are going to start off our workshop hearing from our special improvement districts. We'll start off with the Springfield Avenue Partnership and then go into the Maplewood Village Alliance. Then we're going to hear from our Community Development Department. The Community Development Department includes our code enforcement, our zoning and construction and buildings. Then we will hear from our Municipal Court. We will take a quick lunch break and return to hear from our library. And then Engineering and Open Space Trust Fund. And we will end today's budget workshop discussing all capital projects that have been submitted to us for our consideration for the 2022 budget. Then we will have a public comment period, and then we will adjourn. So with that, no further ado, we welcome Nicole Wallace and her colleagues from the Springfield Avenue Partnership to present their budgets. Ms. Wallace, welcome. Mr. Nering, welcome. If you have, you could share your screen as speaking so the public can see what we're seeing. We appreciate that.
Jim, I thought we'd start with the annual report first.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put that on the screen.
I don't have it up on my screen here. Do you have it by chance?
Yeah,
Nicole?
I'm going to share. Can
All
everyone
right,
see
good.
that?
Perfect. Yes.
So I'll just sort of put the highlights on the screen.
Thank you. I just want to offer a brief opening statement. 2021, as it says, wasn't the ideal year that we thought it was going to be, but Springfield Avenue Partnership was able to successfully use the time, and nevertheless, to plan for the future growth of Springfield Avenue. And we had two really significant events under the leadership of the executive director, Nicole, and with coordination and help from the town of Maplewood and the town council. We applied for and were accepted into two prestigious state programs. One is the Main Street, New Jersey program. We were only one of 4 business districts to receive it this year, and one of 23 main districts is in statewide. As a member, this gives us a lot of technical assistance, training, opportunity for grant money, and being in New Jersey, the Main Street board member gives us SAP access to numerous resources of Main Street America, the national umbrella organization for Main Street, New Jersey. And the Neighborhood Preservation Program, which is a big win. This is a 5-year program that covers a little bit more than Springfield Avenue, including the Hilton area, Hilton Street area, neighborhood area. This grant is $125,000 per year, for a total investment of $625,000. During the end of 2021, SAP was running a community survey, and the results of which are shown below, a couple pages down. While the Main Street New Jersey and NPP programs will give SAP additional resources to plan for the future, and still invested in 2021 by holding events on the avenue despite COVID. Our business we welcome new businesses to the avenue, promoted existing businesses, and provided for aid for and advice for SAP for the existing business. SAP recognizes that our small businesses are a key to Springfield Avenue's success. And we'd like to thank the patronage of the Township of Maplewood to our local businesses, the feedback and support that we get from the Town Council, and the feedback and surveys and focus groups, and your attendance to our events. We look forward to a healthy and prosperous 2022 on Springfield Avenue. And I think we're going to have a really good year. We made a lot of progress, even despite COVID, as I said before, in 2021. And I'd like Nicole now to go over some of the things that happened in 2021 and some of the things we're planning for 2022. And Sheila Cartledge, our treasurer, will be happy to present the budget. Have any questions? So take it away, Nicole.
So 2021 didn't see as many openings as 2020, but still a nice mix of new businesses came in, some dining and some additional services for our community. We still have some delayed ribbon cuttings that we're hoping to get done in March. Maybe we'll do a ribbon cut-a-thon like we've back in the old days. That'd be nice. So we hope to do one for the photography studio, Premier Martial Arts, and SK Couture. We had some nice ribbon cuttings, as these pictures show, at Duncan. A whole bunch of new businesses opened at the general store, and we hope to do some more. As Jim alluded to, we did do that community survey as part of the MPP results. While all the results in a form will be made public on our website, we just wanted to share some initial results as part of this. One thing we thought was nice to see, this is called a word cloud, and when respondents are asked for one word to describe the area, this is Springfield Avenue and Hilton. Diverse, friendly, comfortable home community. I think we're really starting from a really positive place. People, whether it's their home in Hilton or a place they shop, they see it as both up and coming, but also a place they're happy with right now. And that goes with our survey, that we see that people really like it, but they also see room for improvement. The other thing, I know this is a little bit hard to read, but I think the key note is that really a big focus for the public is a better business mix on Springfield Avenue. They really want to see more food and drink places to go. So that's something we'll be prioritizing. Just a reinvestment in the look of Springfield Avenue. The town did a great investment. It's just been several years since the last one. So, and again, this also goes for parts of Hilton neighborhood. And so this will be a really good project in the sense that we really did get community feedback and then moved forward with our plans. A quick look back on some of our events. Obviously, we weren't able to do Mayfest or our fundraisers, but we were able to work with the village on making our storefronts art galleries, as we say. We were able to bring a series of markets to Yale Corner, including seasonal markets and the farmers market. And a new event this year was a Juneteenth celebration on Springfield Avenue, which kicked off Juneteenth week. That was SOMA-wide, and hopefully we'll be doing that again next year. We thank 2 of our board members that stepped down this year, and that's it for our report. Any questions?
Ms. Wallace, thank you. And Mr. Naring, thank you as well. I just personally want to salute you both for an exceptional year that you've had in your leadership as well. The NPP program and the Main Street designation, those were heavy lifts and major wins for our community, for all of Maplewood, not just the Hilton neighborhood and not just for the Springfield Avenue Business Corridor. It really is a big win for Maplewood. We've never received anything like this before from a state government, a grant of this size. So this is significant. And I just want to take the time to applaud you. I know that was a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of hard work. I open the floor to my colleagues who may have remarks of their own and or questions. Anyone?
I have a couple. Again, I'm with our mayor and saluting you guys for the extra special work you put in. As a resident of Hilton, it makes it very walkable. And I see that. I see strollers, I see dogs, I see people I haven't seen out on the streets that we have now before. They're larger numbers than before. So thank you all for everything you've put in there. One quick question I have as far as business development, are you looking to push more businesses towards the Boyden Avenue end of things? Because that area is definitely one that is in desperate need of a little bit more than the businesses are down there, which we love. We definitely patronize and love those businesses, but is there going to be more coming on that end?
In terms of quote pushing businesses, we have to work with the spaces that we have and the landlords that we have. I think what we could do as SAM, it's always sort of tricky because that's a private to private thing. What we can do as SAM is invest in that area and make it attractive and compelling and give it sort of the same attractiveness as the entire avenue as a whole. And hopefully, that will start it. I think with Cornbread being down there, the martial arts studio, hopefully he'll get another good business, where we'll start to see some, Cornbread's there and it does amazingly. I just wish a bunch of other businesses would join in around them. So yes, I would say the best we can do is market the area and also just try to make it as visually compelling as we can. So when people come to look at that area, they can see themselves opening a business there.
Cool. I'm just going to throw out coffee shop.
Part of the
Yes.
NPP.
Because there's lots and lots of families that walk their kids to and from Seth Boyden now, and a
Yep.
coffee shop would kill down there.
Part of the MPP funds are dedicated to, going into areas of the avenue where it has been less developed than before. So that's part of our plan.
I also
Terrific.
just want to name check Annette De Palma, who was very helpful as well with the MPP application.
Our Community Development Director, Annette De Palma, absolutely. Thank you. Any other remarks from my colleagues or questions about the narrative? Okay, so Ms. Wallace, can we move on to your budget presentation?
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll put it on the screen, Sheila. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Okay, you see the budget now?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
Yes.
Where's Sheila? Did we lose her? Sheila? Sheila?
I had to unmute. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure you heard me.
No. I'm going to go over the highlights of the budget. Again, I know we've said it many times, but again, hats off to Nicole for her leadership. We are so happy and so proud of her and getting the 2 significant programs for Maplewood. An important part that's included in the budget is the $125,000 that we're going to get over the next 5 years. $25,000 of that is for additional administrative costs. And Nicole is working on bringing on someone that we will pay the additional $25,000, and that person will be able to oversee some of the programs that we just weren't able to do in the last couple of years, which is the Black History Program, the Windows of Women, Mayfest, etc. So the $25,000, you should see that as NPP administrative income. Do you see that? And so we've included that in the budget. Additional funds that are coming in from the NPP that has not been included into the budget as yet until we can find out exactly what those funds are going to be. The other significant item is that Nicole most deservingly received a raise, 4%. For the first 2 years that she's been with us, she has not gotten a raise. So we did include that into you'll see payroll, wage, taxes, and fees. And
It's,
those
right now it's hiding in here, but eventually it'll go up there.
So, yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of that increase, the 4% raise. I know that there has been some suggestions about increasing the assessment amounts. We chose not to do that. That's in the beginning portion of the budget. We chose not to do that due to the fact that the businesses are still hurting. And so they have not fully recovered from the pandemic. So we chose not to do any increases for this year. We're gonna see what happens throughout the year, and if there's any additional adjustments that can be made during the year, we will certainly do that. Those are specifically the highlights. Everything else there weren't any significant changes. It's mostly administrative. And of course, we weren't able to do a lot of the programs, but we are looking forward to doing our signature program, which is May Fest this year. And hopefully that will produce some additional funds and income for us and sponsorship with regards to May Fest. I think that's pretty much it for the budget items that were changes or significant items. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them.
Ms. Cartledge, I want to thank you so much for your presentation of the budget and highlighting those items. This is a really good budget. And I love seeing the investment into events and marketing. I've seen that, despite our isolation that we sort of coming out of hopefully very soon, you really have put Springfield Avenue Partnership on the map, and this budget shows that. It really shows that when we spend money, we're investing into the business corridor. That's what it's all about. And we're just strengthening all of our merchants and in return, our community. So love seeing that this budget reflects that. So thank you. Ms. Wallace, did you want to add anything to the budget before I open the floor to questions from my colleagues about the budget?
No, I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Open the floor. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one quick statement more than a question. I agree with you. We need to continue to invest in Springfield Avenue and the partnership. And we talked about the MPP fund, but also that's not just for Hilton, it's also for College Hill. Investing in Springfield Avenue brings those two communities together, makes it cohesive. So I think Nicole's done a phenomenal job, as well as Sheila and Jim, and I support the request for 2022. Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Yes. So of course, I echo all the accolades. I have a question about operations line 3000. The 2021 actual is $20,000 less than what was budgeted. And that's for maintenance and landscaping. And, since I live here in College Hill and I founded the Springfield Avenue Partnership, and I'm very proud that it's still running and going strong and really glad that all the work's being done. But as one of 4 people who used to spend Saturday mornings picking up litter and cigarette butts and cleaning graffiti, when we were kickstarting the Springfield Avenue Partnership, the maintenance and clean part of it is really important to me. And I think it goes a long way in investment in it. I don't know why it was underspent, but I do notice that there needs to be some more attention given to the planter boxes, they still have Christmas stuff in them right now. So I think there's a little bit of attention that needs to be gotten. I'd love for you to spend the money that's budgeted for that. Is there a reason that it wasn't spent?
Sorry, I should have brought that up.
Okay.
It is, it's down here,
yeah.
Sheila.
Okay. Miss Adams, we wholeheartedly agree with you. We have been turning this around quite a bit and taking a look at the supplier here, which is listed county to county. There has been conversation about it, and I've spoken, Nicole and I have spoken on many occasions about the planters, what they look like right now. They have Christmas items in there. They should not be. So we are, and I think part of NPP, it has some items in there that also will address the cleaning of Springfield Avenue. So we are going to change that hopefully this year. We're working on it. We recognize it, and we agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, great.
Can I just add that actually that money was spent, Nancy? So the way he bills us is usually after the first of the year. So if you go to line 8,000,
Okay,
see all
so
our accounts payable. We're required by our accountant to show it as accounts payable because it's too much money. You know, it's not like, oh, it's just $100 that we're paying the year later. It's actually $37,000 we're paying the year later. So if you
Right.
add the area in 8,000 and area in 3,000, it will get you to your full amount. That being said, you might think we're not getting our money's worth.
that was my next comment. Yeah, and I get the sense that you
We're
don't
not.
feel differently. So
And
yeah.
just to add to that, and I'm not making excuses, I will say I have talked to him like everybody else. He has a major labor shortage. You know, people don't want to do this work. They rather work indoors at maybe a distribution facility, for example, not naming names. And so I know he himself has said it's really hard for him to get staff. I don't know if that story would be different. Obviously, I'd love to hear your experiences summit offline. And so, you know, I don't want to make excuses, but, you know, I wonder, and maybe after talking to you, we can find out if that is something that's happening in the industry or him specifically. So, you know, we could do some more investigation offline.
Yeah, okay, I would appreciate that because as you know, it's just something that I think is the first thing we notice in any downtown, and to the point of investing in Springfield Avenue. That's to me, that's the number one priority. We can, you know, brick up the sidewalks all over again and do all that, but if it's dirty, it's not going to help. So as we know, so
The investment is there. It's a question of a performance of the vendor. So it's a billing issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Jim. I totally get that. And that's why, you know, Nicole, I'm happy to brainstorm with you offline and see if we can't improve on that.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Are there any other remarks or questions about the budget? Okay. Seeing none, I think I could see you all now, now that we're not sharing the screen. I want to thank you again, Ms. Wallace, Ms. Cartledge, and Mr. Naring for taking the time out of your Saturday morning to share with us your incredible efforts and with the community. Everything that you're doing, we just saw it right on the screen, and we really appreciate your efforts and your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're welcome to stay with us. We're going to move over.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to move over to our other business quarter, Maplewood Village. And we're going to hear from Maplewood Village Alliance Manager Catherine Dillette and Maplewood Village Alliance President John James. Catherine, welcome to your first one of these. John, welcome back to, I'm sure you've lost count, to your like 20th one of these. So who's going to go first?
I'm going to start.
Thank you, John. Would you share your screen about anything that you are presenting so the public can also see it and read along?
So we can share the screen. We're not going to be going verbatim with our report or our goals for next year, but we hope that you'll put up the budget at that portion of the time. I am really pleased to introduce Kat Dillette as our new village manager. She started this past year in August, and she's been doing a tremendous job for us with the website, with marketing and communications, changing out the banners on the lamppost throughout the village, and everything in terms of supporting the Alliance in all of its endeavors. And she's given us a very complete report this year. And it would take me about 30 minutes to read through the entirety of it for you. But I'd like to just go through some of the highlights to tell you what's going on in the village. As everybody knows, we've been suffering through the pandemic like everyone else, and have spent the past 2 years trying to spend most of our energy and support time for the village merchants and property owners and trying to make a good shopping environment. I would like to say that I think the village is very healthy and has come through this very well through the perseverance of the merchants, the landlords, the volunteers, and all of the coordination that we've done with the township and the township support throughout. Thankfully, most of the businesses have been able to keep their doors open this year, and we have almost a zero vacancy rate, excuse me. We've been able to start to return back to events and promotions, and we've done several of those this year with Art Walk and Music Fest. Most recently, we were able to kick off practically a complete Dickens Village. Halloween wasn't able to run, but we were able to do that. The street closures have been very successful. The facade grant program awarded money to Ani Ramen, Baker Street Marketing, Puchpa Kitchen, City Workshop, Kamaya Kama, Lorena's, and my CBD Organics. We've had facade grants for about $114,000 throughout the years. The streetscapes, we changed out the lamppost banners and replaced them with the new ones with the new village logo. Parking continues to be a challenge for the village, but we've had very good outturn for all of our promotions. We've had a lot of dining and activity in the village. The summer music program helped incredibly. We've had 4 merchant-driven events, and we participated with the art and culture, the Department of Arts and Culture, and their events. And, you know, we've had commemorative months for Black History Month, Women's History Month, Pride Month, Asian American Pacific Islander Month, and Hispanic Heritage Month. And we've been doing marketing, administration, and financial support for all of those. One thing that was new this year with the township through the Department of Arts and Culture was the summer music series. And the township did donate to our budget in that category. And we're asking the township to continue this series because we thought it was incredibly successful this year. And it was one of the many bright spots during COVID. Along with the outdoor dining parklets, I think have been very successful. We know that we recommended and the township continued that throughout till the end of the year. And then there's been a lot of new economic development. We've had several new businesses that in spite of COVID opened this year. Hands-on Massage, Chop Salon, Greenway Market, Scratch Taco, My CBD Organics, and Lux 45. It was especially important to have Greenway Market, and the township participated heavily in that in recruitment. As an anchor back in the village, we're looking forward to things starting to build up for the movie theater as well. There were other businesses that expanded this year. Brave Floral expanded into the Bee and Thistle space. Coda Kitchen and Bar plans to expand into the Tandoori Chef space, which moved from their location to Maplewood Avenue. And then throughout the pandemic, we had the new 104 Baker Street building, the demolition of the old Toomeys and the completion of that building during COVID. That's been a very bright spot for the village. Lorena's moved to the Cassidy location when they vacated. Tandoori Chef, as I said before, moved to the Lorena's space. And then hopefully the new development adjacent to Highland Avenue parking lot behind the Perch Home location will continue and hopefully start up again in the coming year. With the new website that Kat launched in August and September, we've been getting a lot more traffic to the village. We've been very happy with that, with the social media, the e-blast, the advertising. So we've seen a lot of strong attendance at the events we've been doing in spite of COVID. And we've had a lot of people coming out for the closure of the streets, participating in the parklets and dining in the village. And so we feel like that in spite of COVID, we're coming through all of that. Kat's going to talk about a little bit about what we're going to be doing in the upcoming year. We have a lot of things planned, new committees, some turnover in board membership. So there's a lot of change going on. And one of the questions about Springfield Avenue that came up applies to the village as well. You know, beautification has been dampened for the past 2 years because of COVID and meetings and outside activity, but we've been ramping that up and planning during that time and have a lot of new areas planned for the coming year, and are hoping that as we get to warmer weather and come out of the pandemic, we will be able to catch back up on our beautification efforts in the village as well. We've been launching a new parking committee, and I'm going to turn it over to Kat to talk about all the items that we plan for 2022 for the board.
Well, thank you, John. John covered a lot of what we're going to be doing next year, and what he said. We are going to continue to focus on beautification and communication and events next year in order to help the businesses thrive and adjust during this time of the pandemic and a new normal. We're going to continue with our 3 core events, the Night Out in the Village, which was formerly Girls Night Out, and the Art Walk and Music Fest in Dickens Village are all planned again. We're also going to continue to support other events such as outdoor markets, and of course the Heritage Month programs. They also support the businesses and drive people into the village. With regard to the beautification, we're going to be able to focus, like John said, on some of the things that we haven't been able to do in the past 2 years because of the pandemic, and also try to do some new things. For example, a public art initiative that will really give the village a sense of place for people. And then, of course, we're going to continue with the marketing and communications that we've been doing with the website updates and the e-blasts and the advertising to get the word out to residents and visitors and enhance the reputation of the village as a true destination for people to come. And as John said, we're reactivating our committees that'll help engage, re-engage volunteers from the community. And I think it's going to be a really exciting year. I'm looking forward to using my skills and expertise that I bring to the table to help this year be very successful.
Thank you, Kat, and thank you, John, for your narrative. If we can move over to your budget, please.
Mm-hmm.
Kat, will you be presenting the budget?
I'll go through the big items of the budget, and then Kat can talk about any detailed questions that you have. We have our same assessment as we did last year, so we're carrying that forward. We're asking for similar contributions from the township that were the same as last year, which was $1,500 for our landscaping, a $100 increase in our contract for cleaning. So it went to 12.7 from 12.6 here. And then down at the bottom of this sheet, there was a $5,000 contribution from the township this past year for the summer music series. There was a direct pass through to the musicians. And we're asking the township to continue their contributions. So the township contribution last year was $19,100. We're asking for $19,200, which includes a $100 increase in the cleaning contract. Our budgets for our various committees and are staying fairly much the same. We're planning to have more money in terms of events and promotions this year and for Dickens, but we're carrying a budget. We had a carryover of, I believe, $2,500 this year. Previous year was $5,500. So our budget is like $2,000 less, but we expect that we're going to be spending more money this year in terms of catching up on landscaping and beautification. And so we're pretty much level. We did not have an increase this year in the assessment carrying forward because of the COVID and the response with the difficulties for all the merchants in the village especially. But we hope that we'll be able to do that in the future. It was something that we had started before COVID, but felt that it really had to be put on hold during this time and the hardships on all the different village businesses, excuse me. But I feel like this is a good budget for us and allows us to work with all of the new initiatives that we were doing. It allowed us to take more money from last year and put it into the website. And so we can do a lot more self-advertising. And Kat's been doing a great job on that. And I think overall that's going to be a savings for us as we move forward with her skills to do this. So a lot of new initiatives, but we felt that we're pretty much the same budget for this year. And I feel like we'll see how that goes. And we will, catch up on the things like beautification that we weren't able to do past year.
Kat, did you want to supplement, add anything?
I do not need to add anything. Thank you.
Okay, I was hoping to hear more from Kat today, but thank you both. I want to take this opportunity to salute you, Kat, has it been 6 months yet? You really jumped in and you ran before you could crawl, and you've done an incredible job in terms of marketing the village in ways that are innovative, using more social media, and also in the traditional way of going door to door. And that's really why you were hired, right? Because you have that marketing expertise. And we're really, really very happy and grateful for your effort. And you've been involved in a lot of other things too that go beyond your traditional purview. And I know that you're working a lot more hours than you're being paid for. So I think this budget, as John stated, is it's a good budget for now. But I'd like to see this budget change over the course of the next few years as we come out of COVID. I think we need to be bolder, and I think we need to spend more money as it relates to investing right back into the business corridor. I don't want to see the village frozen in time. And we should take some bold measures. I love the public art process that we're going to be engaging in soon. That'll bring new vitality and new people to the village. And I'd like us to shake things up a little bit because the village should not be frozen in time. I do, for the public record, because we do have members of the public with us, I want to, as the liaison to the MVA and intimately aware of the MVA goings on, I also want to salute Kat and John for leading us through a lot of upcoming significant change, as they alluded to. We redid our bylaws. We're looking at our design standards and ways that we can beef those up and improve them and bring them up to some things that we're seeing up to date, if you will. And we are resuming a parking committee again. When I first started on the TC and when I was your liaison that first year, we worked on a lot of parking studies and consultants to talk about the parking situation in the village, which is a capacity situation, a traffic flow situation, and also an issue of perception. I love that you've improved our website and our map, which improves wayfinding, which also relates to parking and traffic flow in the village. And we're going to be doing a lot of exciting new things, and we might have new new leadership, new chair and vice chair. And all of that is happening because of the leadership of Kat and of John. And I thank you both. I'm going to open the floor for my colleagues to ask questions and state their remarks if they have any.
I do. Just a couple. Kat, thanks for jumping in head first and not breaking your neck, but you're definitely working really hard. I agree with Mr. Daffis that I would like to see the MVA look to expanding the funding for your director. As somebody who's been in this industry for 26 years, it's traditionally underpaid to begin with. It's traditionally undervalued, thus underpaid in many ways. There is no such thing as a part-time downtown director. And they're a director and not necessarily a manager. So we gotta get the vernacular right. We gotta get we gotta start showing appreciation for in their pay. And to that end, maybe not this year because of COVID and everything, but, I've been singing the song about the lack of increase in the assessments for a long time. And those are the direct beneficiaries of the work of this organization, more direct than anybody else. So as much as it benefits everybody who lives here, of course, but I really, really would like a mindset of the MBA to start being more mindful and understanding of the amount of time that the director commits and expends on doing the work of the organization. Because if part-time is supposed to be 20 hours, I guarantee you that's not what is being, and it's kind of sad that we don't appreciate that, and it needs to be reflected in your budget. And if that requires fundraising, and I would rather it not be fundraising, because I've been in that situation in South Orange before it was a SID, fundraising for membership dollars and all that stuff, which is basically to pay my own salary. So, I think it should be an increase in the assessments, and look to how you can phase that in instead of waiting another year till next year's budget. So that being said, I also would like the MBA to meet with us, maybe a subcommittee of the MBA, to talk about the downtown streeteries and parklets and the future of that. We've been discussing it a little bit in code, but we need to also think about, when you talk about beautification, how can that look better? Because the reality is that it's likely that the streeteries will continue to some extent, since it's something we've been trying to get in the village for a long time, is outdoor dining, but the sidewalks are too narrow. So we've never had the opportunity. And, one of the upsides of COVID is we showed that we can do it. So I would like to focus on how to make that look better. I don't know that we need, concrete barricades. We need to, talk with DPW and police and engineering about how to make it safe, but more attractive at the same time. So I think that's something other than in silos with MBA talking about it, or your design committee, but I think we need to bring a subcommittee together to work on that, because while it's extended through this year, we need to, look into next year and start thinking about how that can look better, because it doesn't look that great. I mean, it's vital, it's vibrant because there's so many people out, but it's kind of messy. So I think that we could do better on that in the village. And to me, that's more of a focus than parking, because, I get a little frustrated when I hear a constant focus on parking, because I think if you build it, they do come and they find a place to park. So I think we need to, focus again on pedestrian walkways, encouraging walking. There's plenty of parking around the village, like literally 360. So those are my thoughts. But again, Kat, thank you for all your work. And, anytime we've met a couple times for commiserating on things and trying to answer some questions for you, but I'm happy to keep doing that and keep hanging in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Other questions or remarks from my colleagues?
I think John had put his hand up, but yeah.
Oh, I can't see.
I just wanted to say we agree with you. We set up a subcommittee to meet with the township and to talk about the assessment. And we also are concerned about the parklets and having a design standard that makes that more uniform for the village. Absolutely. It was just felt that maybe probably could not be implemented during the first round of the panic over the pandemic. And yeah, this year would be a great time to have a joint committee to talk about that. We welcome that. Absolutely. Thank you.
I had a couple things. Again, I'm with Nancy and our mayor in saluting you guys for the hard work that you've put in. I just have a couple questions in regards to like what the dollars mean. I know that there is on, for example, one of the line items that says street furniture benches. What does that translate to in number of benches and where exactly are they going? That's probably more of a detailed question than, I don't know if that's the place to ask that would be here. And then the second thing would be, is there been any conversations with any of the youth groups, any of the youth organizations? Because I know one of the biggest complaints I hear from folks, particularly around the Starbucks area, are the skate kids. And exactly, what exactly are we looking at doing? Rex would love to speak with MVA in regards to finding some way to accommodate our youth so that they feel comfortable being downtown as well, including possibly adding to some of the offerings, youth nights, senior nights, even an urban night where we bring in musicians, poetry slam, whatever.
I Ms. Kripe, I think that's an excellent point and an excellent idea. Ms. Dillette, did you want to comment on that? And then on the first question about the benches?
With regard to the youth nights and engaging the youth more, I think that's a great idea. I take that on board for sure. Thank you, Ms. Kripe. With the benches, the benches often need to be replaced because they are damaged or broken. So that's more what that is about. We would like to maybe add a few new benches with regard to the beautification projects that we have going on this year, in order to increase spaces for people to sit, especially now with the pandemic. People want to be able to gather outside and, you know, get their food or their ice cream or their drink and have a nice place to sit.
And historically, a lot of these benches have been memorial benches that have been donated. So we carry a budget allocation every year for that. But in many cases, we'll go out and get funding for more benches as the need arises. Yes.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a little technical thing on this budget that's showing up. You know, where it says the TC contribution for landscaping and cleaning, it says SLA, that's service level agreement. And we have this here and we have this at the partnership, because this is an opportunity for us to save money on the township committee side by providing money to both the partnership and the alliance to do landscaping and cleaning, as opposed to hiring another DPW person. So that is clear, and that's why we do that every year. And that's really what we're talking about, allocating the money today. I want to go down to where it says summer music series and it says TC contribution. That is labeled incorrectly. That does not come directly from the town to the alliance. And I think you said that it's a pass-through. That is actually part of the Department of Community Services Division of Arts and Culture budget. And they make the allocation. So just so we're clear about going forward, this is actually not a decision by the township committee, nor is it a TC contribution. It's really just an allocation from the division.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeLuca, for those technical clarifications. I think that's important and duly noted, I'm sure, by Ms. Dillette and Mr. James going forward. Mr. McGehee, I wanted to give you an opportunity to add anything, if you have anything to add.
I don't, Mayor. I think the presentation and the work of Mr. Dillette and Mr. James speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGehee. So my final remarks are going to be that the township's contribution is going to go beyond the frame of this budget. It's going to be a lot more than $19,200 because the township is also going to take on, should all of our capital project, should this capital project move forward this year, which we think it will, The township is going to beautify and make public safety enhancements in the village center lot, which is the center of our downtown. This is the lot, for the public that's not familiar with the new vernacular that we're using. The village center lot is the lot behind Arturo's. It's the lot behind Garubo. It's the lot behind Jerry Road, all the way up to Village Coffee. So the township will be spending a considerable amount of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to beautify that area and make it better in terms of public safety, pedestrian flow, and traffic flow. So, just want to keep that in mind as the MVA thinks about their budget next year and the year beyond. Oftentimes as the liaison, I sit in on MVA meetings, and a frustration that the township isn't doing enough. We need more from the township. The township should do this. The township should do that. But the way a special improvement district, as Ms. Adams, who's the expert here, said earlier in her excellent remarks, is that your budget should come from your special assessment, and it should be progressive. And I understand that we kept it flat because of COVID, but I do think we need to revisit all of the hard work that we put in 5 years ago in establishing a progressive assessment that is only going to benefit the village and make it stronger and better. So that is my final remark. And again, I thank Mr. James and thank Ms. Dillette today for their time, for sharing their efforts and their budget with us and with the community.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're welcome to stay with us. But I'm sure you have better things to do with your Saturday. And we thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye now.
Okay, I think we have Ms. De Palma with us. She may need to be converted over to panelist. Has that happened?
Yes, she should be moving over now.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. De Palma. Thank you for joining us this morning. We look forward to your narrative, the things that you want to highlight about your department's accomplishments. There have been many this past year, despite all of the challenges. Your goals going forward in this new year, and then sharing with us your budget. If you don't mind sharing your screen so that the public can also see what you're saying and what the rest of us are reviewing.
I just need to share it. All right, well, there's my budget. So I did prepare a fairly detailed narrative, which, I don't need to really repeat, I don't think. So just, a few general things. So my department, the Department of Community Development, is pretty much, with the exception of some projects that come out of it, it's all about oversight and enforcement, which, doesn't sound so great, but it is a very fun and, critical to the township, obviously. And a lot of what we work on during the year is we take the opportunity to turn problems into solutions. At the risk of sounding cliched, there are things that happen with regularity that give us the chance to improve systems, whether it be revising forms, improving collaborations with other departments that create operational efficiencies, or whatever. And I am, very, very happy that, my staff, everybody that works in the department who I've named in the budget narrative works really collaboratively. And I always ask for their input, and we have conversations and we get to a better result using that collaborative team model. So we brought in revenue of a little over $1.8 million, and that in 2021. And that includes close to $800,000, actually over $800,000 in construction fees. So you can imagine the number of permits. And again, we generated $867,000 in permit fees. We issued 2,115 permits, and that's exclusive of updates. And you would get an update when you get a permit for a certain period of time and the work's not completed, then you have to update the permit. And that happens somewhere between 10 and 15% of the time. The property maintenance has brought in $155,000 in fees. We don't know what the fine amounts have been for the, few cases that wind up in court. And I have written or co-written grants whose awards total just under $800,000 in 2021. In terms of my budget, with the exception of a couple of small and well-deserved merit increases that I asked for, I did apply for essentially a flat budget. Does anybody have, well, I'll mention a couple of other actually initiatives that are fun to work on and important. One is the Sustainable Essex Alliance. We now have, Maplewood is the lead agent for a government energy aggregation program that initially in a round one contract included 5 municipalities. We had 2 others join us for round 2. We are now gearing up for round 3, and we have a lot of interest in being joined by other townships. Our households, as a result of this energy aggregation over the life of the contract, each household saved somewhere between $150 and $170, which is not a tremendous amount of money, but it's money. And we have a little more than twice the green content that PSE&G is required to provide under the Clean Energy Act. And as an offshoot of that, we have an energy efficiency pilot program, which we are now running pretty successfully. And that program aims to not only assist people with energy assessments, but also helping them follow through by making energy saving upgrades in their homes. And we're finding that there's a lot of interest in this, and hopefully we'll have a template to go forward as beyond the pilot. Does anybody have questions?
Thank you, Ms. De Palma. I wanted to thank you for your narrative and your presentation. As you said, the budget reflects pretty much beyond the personnel, which we don't talk about here. It's a pretty flat budget, comparatively speaking. I just want to thank you. You talked about the significant efficiencies that you've produced under your leadership over the department. And you've done so during 2 years of constant evolution and navigation of COVID mitigation, which have made your job a lot harder and all of your staff's jobs a lot harder in terms of code enforcement, in terms of, construction, and so on and so forth. So I know you've been very flexible and innovative, in fact. And what I like in particular is how you've led your department into even greater interdepartmental communications and relationships. I mean, earlier you were, someone tipped their hat to you, Ms. Wallace did during the Springfield Avenue Partnerships presentation and budget as it related to the NPP grant. You worked and collaborated with her on that. You've done the same with the Department of Health and obviously with the Department of Community Services and Engineering and Public Works. So your job is multifaceted, and we don't often tell you this like this in public, in fact. So we thought, I think it's important to recognize your efforts and to thank you for your efforts. I don't have any questions on the operating budget. It is pretty similar to other years. But I open the floor to my colleagues for questions.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Ms. De Palma, I do appreciate your work as well. Let's look at line item 180180204, professional services. And just to give you a little context, when I look at these budgets, I look at the actuals. So I look at actuals, basically. I looked at pre-COVID, so I look at 18, 19, and 2021, because you'll see differences because the pandemic resulted in things not happening. So anyway, for the planning board operating expenses under this particular line item, there's a 2,500 line item for professional services. This is the first time this line item is showing up as an actual. Do we expect that 2,500 to be leveraged? Because when it rolls up, it results in, from an actual to requested 2021 to 2022, 222% increase. So it's not really necessarily flat. So let's talk. So are we expecting those professional services to be leveraged in 2022?
I don't understand your question, Mr. McGee. What do you mean leveraged?
Yeah. So are you going to use the money? Because if you look at 180, right? You look at that line item, right?
Yeah. No, yeah.
Being spent.
Mm-hmm. So the answer is I don't know, and I can't know either. I know that some of the planning boards, some of the expenses that come out of the planning board are actually part of a line item in the administration budget, which includes community development. So, and that might be, getting a study on something that's a redevelopment area. The answer is I don't know. I mean, it could be.
Mr. This is different money. I can give you one example, Mr. McGee. When we were doing when the planning board was doing the post office redevelopment plan, we needed to hire an expert to come in. The planning board needed an expert to come in, and that's what we use this money for. So that we sort of kept it in there every year just in case we had that problem that the planning board needed to bring in an expert. The thing that Ms. De Palma is talking about is a different expert to do those redevelopment plans. But this is really sort of a funding line so that if the planning board needed to bring in a planner or some kind of expert, legal expert, this could be used that way.
I appreciate that narrative, Mr. DeLuca. It just, we haven't leveraged it in like 4 years, and it's right. It's basically a third of that budget in operating expense. So CFO and Mayor, can you note that? Because we need to make a few cuts here and there, and we're not going to get into cuts yet, but that's just something that just from, financial perspectives popped out on my analysis.
Duly noted, Mr. McGee.
Yeah. And of course, the court stenographer is the same thing too. We obviously, if we're going back in, maybe we're going to leverage that resource, but that's 180-18206. So if the CFO can note that as well.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Other comments or concerns?
I have some.
Mr. Deputy Mayor DeLuca.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jimes or Mr. Kologe, this is really a question for you. I have a bunch of things, so let me just ask them. And this is, it looks like there's been a change in how we put people in different categories, and this is under property maintenance. So if you could answer that, if we've moved people in different lines. Ms. De Palma, I want to ask you if you could talk a little bit about your community development role and, for example, your work on Irvington Avenue, which, by the way, when we were at the ribbon cutting for the traffic light on Valley, I asked the engineers and they opened the bids yesterday for the second phase of Irvington Avenue. So if you could talk about that. Also, how you, as the community development person, work with the SID directors in trying to market buildings and you're taking calls in, and also your work that you're doing on the cannabis application procedure stuff. And then I just want to take one exception with what you said about the money that that people are saving through the SEA program of the $100+ is not a lot of money. I can assure you that when we raise a fee, $25 or something like that, people think that's a lot of money. So helping the residents of our community save money on their electric bill is a lot of money and is a big deal. So I think we should promote that a little bit more and not say it's not a lot of money.
Okay, exception taken. Thank you. So yes, I did not speak really at all about my role as the Director of Community Development with regards to what is commonly considered community development. I do work with the SID managers. I speak to them once a week at least, and I do field a lot of calls from the public that may be looking for brick and mortar locations to open a business in Maplewood. And that comes actually in a couple of ways, either with direct phone calling or Ms. Fritzen from the clerk's office may direct someone to me, or I pick people up through our zoning review applications as well, and really try to extend their interest into, hooking them up with realtors or property owners or our SID managers at least, and keeping them in the loop until they actually can find a location for themselves. So I do play a large role in that. I also meet with developers, with mayor and other people on the township committee as the township staff person. We don't have in Maplewood elected officials meeting with people individually without somebody on the staff, or at least with a couple of people. And that works very well because you have the decision maker, which is an elected official, and an implementer, which would be me in this case. In terms of Irvington Avenue, yes, phase 2 of Irvington Avenue went out to bid. The project on Irvington Avenue, which is not in a SID, started actually in 2012. It's an initiative that I'm particularly proud of. It started with a DOT assessment grant, which we got. It was a local demonstration project, and we were able to parlay it into a couple of other funding grants, and ultimately this enormous grant, which if anyone has seen Irvington Avenue between Prospect Street and Seton Village, can see the tremendous streetscape enhancements, new lighting, new curbing, renovated sidewalks, new street furniture, new trash receptacles. It is completely transformed. And once phase 2 begins, which may be in the late spring of this year, it's going to pick up in Maplewood. There have already been a couple of enhancements in Maplewood, but phase 2 is exclusively in Maplewood. Well, Newark is on the other side of the street. And it's going to go from Seton Village or the Walgreens to Parker Avenue, where Irvington Avenue meets Parker. The goal is to, at that intersection, which is a big intersection, to really create a sense of place. So when you drive west, you know you have arrived in Maplewood. So we're really looking forward to that a lot. And it will be, again, the result of, by the time it's done, about a dozen years of work.
Thank you, Mr. Palma. And what about your role in our cannabis application?
Yes, and the cannabis, yes. So I also did sit on the committee that worked really hard over a long period of time to draft an ordinance permitting the use, sale, distribution, cultivation of adult use marijuana. So as usual, Maplewood is really ahead of the curve as a municipality that is, out front of the state at this point. And we did draft an ordinance. We then drafted an application. I was on that committee as well. And we are now receiving applications from persons that are interested in licenses. We're offering 6 different kinds of licenses, and we will start reviewing those applications March 1st. I was charged with reviewing the applications for completeness, not on their merits. And once they're complete, then I refer them to the committee. Mr. DeLuca, thanks for bringing all of these things up. I just kind of take for granted the variety of things that I do within the township. And even though, they call it work for a reason, but I just think my job is so fun because I do so many different things, and I do have the opportunity to intersect with my colleagues in workways. And so it doesn't even really occur to me to, put these out as accomplishments or things that I do. It's in my report, it's my job, and I just like to do it. So, but thanks. I know that this is the time to talk about it. Does anybody have any questions?
Ms. Kripe, Ms. Adams, did you want to ask any questions?
Yeah, I just want to compliment Mr. Palma on since taking over the department. I've worked with other municipalities for a long time, and it's not always as easy to get service to the public. Some municipalities take that, we have 20 working days to turn around that permit. They take it to the 21st day. That doesn't happen in Maplewood. And I just think, under your leadership and, great staff, it's been working really well. And it's nice to know that, when somebody reaches out, somebody is on it. Because, it's a big town with lots of little things going on everywhere. And so I just want to thank you for your work, and for, I love working with you as well. So onward, and thanks for your budget. It looks good to me.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Thanks, Ms. Adams.
So, Mr. Palma, I also want to highlight for the public's edification that you also authored the New Jersey Department of Transportation grant for improvements over on Jacoby Street and 4th Street, which we're about to embark on. And that was a big grant. That was close to $500,000, if I remember correctly. And that's another win for your department, for you, and obviously, and most importantly, for our community. So thanks again. We thank you for your presentation today and the time that you put in on this Saturday morning. And we bid you a great weekend after this.
She's got prosecutor yet.
Oh, yeah.
I did have that one question about the budget line.
Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor DeLuca.
No, I already asked it. I think Mr. Cologe is going to respond.
Yes, sir. Mr. Palma came to us last year and said that she wanted to account for code enforcement separate from the UCC budget. And Finance was happy to hear that, because typically when we file our annual UCC report down to the state, we would need to back out those salaries anyway. So in last year's budget, we have placed a separate place for code enforcement, which doesn't count towards the UCC report. Unfortunately, we had put it in so late in the year that from a payroll perspective, it was going to be difficult to move everything over from the first half of the year. So we just wrote out the year and made the changes at the end of December. So starting in 2022, everything is tracking the way we need it to track in terms of pulling out those salaries. And then the only thing that I want to kind of point out with the UCC report is that we file it annually because the state wants to ensure that we are not profiteering in the building department. And so annually, they'll take a look at our expenditures and they'll take a look at the revenues, and they want to make sure that we're not making more money than is required to sustain the department. And 2020's report showed that indeed that's not the case. I haven't run 2021's report yet, but it's usually indicative with that gap that it might be time to consider changing the permit fees so that there isn't such a large gap between the revenue we're generating and the expenditures that the department requires to operate correctly.
So last year, Mr. Kaloje, we did a pretty thorough review of fees that were charged by other Essex County communities. And we actually extended it further into Union County because that was something I was interested in as well. And we found that we were within 14%, I think was the number, either up or down, with 2 exceptions. And the Len Mandola, the construction official, and I talked about those exceptions, and we realized that even though the upfront particular fee for that thing, and for this purpose, the details unimportant, even though the fee was apparently lower in those two, significantly lower in those 2 situations, it was actually built into something else. Still transparent, but not, as apparent as if you looked at it. So we did look at that, and I'm not sure how much wiggle room there is for us to do what you just suggested based on last year's review.
Well, based on the 2020 report that we filed with the state, we lost. It cost us $155,000 to operate the department. So in theory, if we increase those permit fees, that would close that $155,000 gap. And based on that gap, the state would certainly give us approval to do so.
All right, well, I'll speak to you about that offline.
Well, it's actually a policy decision. So it depends on what the TC wants to do. If they're happy with the way we're functioning, we're fine. Based on what you just told me, I'm going to run our 2021 UCC annual report, and it's not going to like miraculously be, we got $50,000 more than it cost us to run the department. So there's not going to be an issue with filing the report. But like I said, that number typically is indicative of if permit fees are keeping pace with what it actually costs to provide the service.
Mr. Kaloje, should we kick that back to code committee, have that discussion?
Yep, that's
all right. Let's do that, Mayor.
That's what I was about to say. And Mr. McGee, he beat me to it. Okay, I think we've covered community development pretty thoroughly. Again, we thank Community Development Director DePalma for their time today. And we're going to move on at this point. I do believe that we have our shared court administrator, Mr. Bancroft, in the wings, if we can convert him over.
He should be moving over now.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bancroft. Thank you for being with us this morning to talk about your efforts, the shared court's current condition, your objectives for this new year, and of course, your budget. So take it away. The floor is yours.
First and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate interacting with the governing body. I don't do it often in the courts. We are a separate branch of government, but this is an opportunity to give some highlights, some feedback. And I would invite everyone who has not had the opportunity to do this to read over my introduction and highlights for 2021. What I've attempted to do for governing body, the public, for everyone is really go over the struggles that we've gone through. And I don't want to start out negative, but I think it's only realistic to present to everyone the challenges the municipal court's gone through after, I think just last year, we celebrated 10 years of success of the shared court between Maplewood and South Orange. And having moved the building from one side of the town, combined 2 courts, I can certainly say the last 18 months has probably been the most strenuous in my 10-year working with the township, which pat on the back is now officially 20 years this month, which I'm pleased to say. some of the issues we dealt with were, number one, we evolved just like the rest of the world to a virtual court sessions. We also have we lost some staff, some due to retirement, some taking new jobs. So we have new staff members on board. And lastly, for the last 18 months, we've actually worked with less staff. We've actually had a staff of 5 people for various reasons. Obviously, there was some turnover. Obviously, there's hiring. Obviously, there was COVID to deal with. But what I want to present to everyone here is the struggle that exists when we're working as a shared court, providing a service to townships. And we're a lean staff with a purpose. The reason being is we're attempting to achieve savings. But what hits you hard during that time is the fact that we were evolving through this process, trying to sustain this for the service to the public, and it became difficult. And I think we had a lot of deficiencies on many levels, certainly backlog being one of them. And that's our ability to move cases efficiently from start to finish. We've had issues with accounting, deposits. I can beat myself up more and more, but I want to give you a realistic picture. What I'm pleased to say, and I want to thank Jerry for this. I want to thank the township and certainly CFO Joe. We have now actually gotten our 6th full-time employee. So I'm pleased with that. And what I want to report back to you is that while for the rest of the people who we work with, our involved parties, defendants, virtual courts are fantastic. They're great. We're saving people time. We're saving people childcare time, loss of work. There are so many benefits. Internally, though, it was a lot more work for us. I'd say to support 3 different sessions a week, we were sending out somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 pages of documents to judges, prosecutors, public defenders, everyone who's working remotely. And that was a very large stressor on the court staff, number one. Number two is, as you're aware, and I've advised, certainly my budget is, the courts have gone through certain reforms, and we support those reforms. Certainly locally we champion those. But as a part of that, some of the reforms require us to ultimately send additional notifications. Just to get into a virtual session, we have to send notifications to a defendant to hopefully obtain a phone number and an email to get them into a session. What I'm getting to is the workload increased on our end in order to support this. And I want to make sure everyone is aware that is an issue and a challenge that all courts, not just Maplewood, South Orange, but certainly all courts are learning how to face and move forward. Who I want to extend my thanks to is certainly the judges. The judges have started to come back in, therefore less scanning. Our prosecutors have come back in. That's a huge help where we can reduce that scanning of filings and documents to hopefully reduce the workload on the staff. And statewide, there is a bit of a constitutional crisis based upon how much we could have cases in person. So there's certainly been delays. And our challenges moving forward in the next year is to try and see how we can look back at the last 2 years, what's been missed, what was disabled. And what I mean by disabled, we were unable to send out late notices, a reminder for payments. All those processes were actually shut down, and it was with purpose. We were acting during a pandemic, and I think the state of New Jersey was trying to achieve a couple different things. Number one, they were hoping not to suspend licenses to further impact individuals, which I think is important. Number two, they had taken off our ability to issue warrants. The reason being is we don't want people to go into potentially jails wherein COVID could be problematic. So I think the point was now what we're seeing is they're turning back on some of those functions. And how does this impact the court? The court has a requirement to obviously see cases through and hopefully hold defendants accountable, certainly seek justice and move them through the process. But we need to ensure that they appear in court. Without the ability to suspend licenses or issue warrants and compel people to come in, we've had issues. Cases can languish, cases take more time. And what I'm describing is called a weighted caseload. And a weighted caseload is the amount of times a matter needs to be scheduled in order to get it to be resolved. And we've had to do that over and over and over. And now they've turned back on warrants, which in some cases that certainly has a purpose. What I want to make you all aware of is that the state legislature passed a law in which they were suspending licenses for two different categories of cases. One is parking violations, the other is moving violations. And where that is a reform that was purposeful. It sunsetted, and I believe in 2021, and the AOC adopted it into their rules. So from moving forward, we now need to think of how do we get people to appear in court? Is there a benefit? How else can we try and have them come into the court? And that's one of our biggest struggles. Other than simply renoticing, people may not be appearing, may not be showing. Those are some of the hurdles and challenges we are going to face not only in Maplewood, South Orange, but also how we view the judiciary moving forward. So please read my narrative. I don't want to keep belaboring the point that the courts have evolved. They've changed. What we created 10 years ago is different, absolutely, than it appears today. And I'm also, I'm asking for an additional body because I think it's needed. I think it's needed to help us overcome this. I think it's needed to help us review the last 2 years, but also function appropriately where I think the discussions we had 10 years ago relative to creating the shared court is now different. And again, the efficiencies for the public are massive. I'm proud of them. And I think the staff and judges and prosecutors have all really worked hard to really embrace the virtual scenario and see where we're going. To touch upon my operating expenses, just to shift a little bit.
Mr. Bancroft, yes, thank you for shifting over. Can we pull that up for the public? Go ahead, Mr. Bancroft.
There are two main areas where we've been able to reduce our budgets. First is we had a paper solution, which both townships supported about 4 years ago. At this point, we've actually suspended it. And the reason being is the judiciary during the last 2 years has created their own paperless solution. And as a result of that, I don't think it makes sense for us to have our own independent system where I've asked whether our legacy system can be rolled into the states. They've declined to do that. So I think it only makes sense at this point, if the state's providing it, why would we continually to pay on an annual basis for a paperless solution that we're not going to be utilizing, nor is going to be connected to the statewide system. So that's number one. That just with that solution, that was about $5,000 a year in operating expenses to maintain and update.
Mr. Bancroft, excuse me again. Which line item is that?
So you're seeing that under leases. That's it's 108, 108, 208 correctly.
Thank you.
So you're going to see a significant reduction there as far as what we're looking for. That's number one. So you'll see my request went from 16.5 down to 7,000. That's approximately around $10,000. The second part was we've acquired at the end of 2020, December 2020, using CARES funds, we were able to obtain a new audio-visual system for the support of not only the court, but also the future of virtual courts. As a part of that, we front-loaded into that system a maintenance contract for about approximately 5 years. Our audio-visual system at the time was a legacy system that was 13 years old. And as a result, our maintenance for that equipment was running somewhere around $4,500 a year. And by taking those steps, again, we were able to reduce it by that amount. So now you'll see the significant reductions there. And I think it was smart because it's CARES funds. Obviously, those are, I believe, federal funds, which now would not be offset onto the taxpayers, which I think was a smart move. So eventually we will have a maintenance contract for our system, but I think we'll have at least another 3 years before we need to make that request.
Point of order,
Lastly-
Mr. Bancroft, is that 108, 108, 205 that you were just referring to, that line item?
No, it's what's highlighted there.
208.
It's 108, 108, 208 under leases.
Yeah, I had a question about that, but you just addressed part of it. So, okay.
Okay.
All right.
The next factor, which is this is for all courts, our greatest driving factor for all our operating expenses is filings. A few years ago, I'm not sure if you remember this, we actually needed an emergent funding solution near the end of the year. We had run out of money because we actually had a high year for filings. And how does filings impact us? It could be more mailings. It could be more interpreters. It could be more postage. All those factors, it could be more public defenders. When you have more cases, you're going to need more resources in order to move those cases. Currently, right now, pre-COVID, we were averaging somewhere between 35,000 to approximately 40,000 filings per year. That has decreased during COVID down to approximately 26,000 to 30,000. So with that swing, there's been other areas where we've actually been able to reduce it in our individual line items. And you'll see that where we're saying reduce based upon filings. So just so everyone's aware, I really try and engage as best I can. And what I would say is it is a moving target. It is really contingent based upon us, our filings that we're receiving, which you can't really guess at. You can't put a number on.
Mr. Bancroft, which line item does that relate to, if you don't mind?
That's really all. But if you see individual postage, we reduced by 10,000. If you see there, printing, we've reduced by 2,300. And specific to printing, some of the issues or achievements that we've had, we've obviously had electronic filings for some time. That's into e-summonses, e-warrants, but e-tickets. So as a result of going out and purchasing the e-tickets, essentially we're able to reduce that. And that should have been presumed upon the acquisition of e-tickets, which actually cost more, but they actually fall into now the police's budget as compared to the courts.
Terrific. Well, I want to thank you for your very comprehensive narrative this morning, and the one that you filed that's even more comprehensive, the detailed narrative that you submitted to us for our review and consideration before today. You're truly not just the administrator of the shared court, but you have become an advocate for shared court services around the state. And because of you, we are a model for other communities. As you are aware, Atlantic County just announced that they're going to have a county-wide shared court system, which is very, very interesting, and something that I think we're all going to be talking about and looking at going forward. I also want to highlight for the public's edification that you've also been a social justice advocate. You know, you've used that lens as you have administrated the shared courts. How can we make the courts more equitable? How can we do fees in such a way that people can pay online and not have to take off time from work to get to the courts? You know, COVID helped with a lot of that just by chance, because we went into virtual format, as you talked about. But I do think that the public needs to know that you were on that before COVID, and we've been able to expand upon that since then. You also mentioned that your only other, in terms of a major change from your budget, is asking for that additional personnel request. We don't discuss those here today, but you know, duly noted on that in terms of staffing. Clearly, as we come out of COVID, things are returning to normal. Filings are going up. I work in eviction and foreclosure filings, you know, for the state during the day when I'm not doing this. And certainly we're seeing that things are changing dramatically, and we're all understaffed to address it. So thank you. I'm opening up the floor to my colleagues for their questions or remarks.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, just a few other pieces. Regarding the social component, I want everyone to be aware, while virtual courts have certainly expanded to assist the greater good, greater public, I want to ensure everyone, certainly on this panel and certainly the general public, to make them aware that while the vast majority of individuals have access to computers, phones, a way to access a virtual hearing, we have, and I want to extend my thanks to Chief Duvall, created a scenario wherein an individual who does not have access, it's something we cannot forget. Access meets at many levels, and we've created a room where if individuals do not have access or the means, they can come in, they can access our court via laptop provided to them in the building or via phone. And we've had a number of different people take advantage of that access. And I'm proud of that. And Chief Duvall was essential in not only providing security when needed for that, but also laptops, different resources that he's had. And I need to tip my cap, because he certainly, when asked, he did not hesitate, and he said, absolutely, let's get it done. So I want everyone to be aware that's done. The other point I wanted to make was regarding security. One of the biggest savings in the virtual world is you don't no longer have to provide security for in-person sessions. And everyone should be aware, the future is virtual courts. We will not be going back to in-person session, only on an as-needed basis, or on a matter that involves serious consequences, potential jail, DWIs, things of that nature, where the judge deems it necessary, potentially due to more complex matters. So I want to make that clear to everyone. This is the future. So as a result of that, we do not have the need, and there are some savings to be achieved for not having in-person sessions, providing security and screeners at the time of people arriving, but there will be a need. I want to extend my thanks to Jerry and Chief Duvall for working with me over the last month or so, just to put out a plan to have that budget item. While we can't eliminate the budget, we can certainly reduce it. And we will need support for the minimal times where we will bring people back into court for those matters. And they were both really supportive and gave me a budget in order to get that done. So tip my cap to both of them, and I say thank you. But I want everyone to be aware there is some savings being achieved through this process. That's it. I didn't mean to take up more time, but I did certainly want to touch on that item.
This is your time. Thank you. And no reason to apologize. And just for the public record, Jerry is Jerry Jimes, Mr. Jimes, rhymes with rhymes, who is our township administrator. Okay, thank you again, Mr. Bancroft. Before you go, I want to allow my colleagues the opportunity to say what they need to say and or ask any questions. Open the floor.
Mayor, I have one.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Bancroft, the walk-in warrants program, did that go to the wayside, or did that still happen during COVID? And are we still promoting that? And then I have, so if you could just think about that for a moment. I just want to alert us all that the shared services agreement we did with South Orange has some annual costs or hourly costs that we charge South Orange for the use of our facility. And I don't believe we've updated it since the original plan. So if the finance committee could take a look at that. I know I've raised it a couple times in the past, but we really need to refresh some of those numbers that we're charging for utilities and wear and tear on the building and things like that. So walk-in warrants.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. First off, there's been a number of reforms. So if everyone can recall, I served on a committee, as did Prosecutor Palma. It's on back in 2016-17. It was the Supreme Court Committee on Municipal Court Fines, Penalties, and Fees. And ultimately, a lot of the recommendations have been embraced, and some of them specifically go to warrants. We're limited on the matters that can have warrants issued, just so you're aware. So any lower level matters that, again, don't have consequence of magnitude, parking tickets, speeding tickets, very simplistic matters, warrants simply will not be issued. That's number one. Number two is for anything that's 500 or less in the state of New Jersey, And this is one of those social justice reforms that we talk of and embrace. They've essentially created a policy with anyone having a warrant for 500 or less. Should they be stopped or arrested or held, they are subsequently immediately ROR'd, or better yet, released on their own recognizance. And the reason being for that is they don't want people languishing in jail for a matter that is minor. That for a certain amount of money would keep people in jail for some, doesn't sound like much, but for some it is a greater magnitude that they could achieve where they would sit in jail. So yes, specific to our walk-in warrant policy, we still have it. And be advised that now when there's a new policy set forth by Chief Justice Rabner, wherein that when we issue a warrant, every matter that we issue a warrant on actually gets relisted for a following court date. Again, that's a reform that's going to take more effort on our part in order to get done, but it's purposeful. They want to let people know, even though you have a warrant, we're sending you another court date to still come in and address the judge to get that warrant addressed. So in fact, we're not stopping the clock when the warrant issues and saying, here, let's wait to arrest. Let's be proactive and let the person know, yes, you have a warrant, but we're still giving you another date to appear. Lastly, at all times, I think our judges and our townships that we represent and serve are strong in the sense that if someone has a warrant, let them come in, let them get a letter, a reason, an explanation. Let's get it in the hands of the judge to have the judge evaluate it, and ultimately at all times will allow them at least the access. Will the judge not necessarily recall it? Not always, but we're certainly going to give them access to a judge to review their request to have a warrant recalled for whatever reason they failed to appear in court. So while it's different saying walk in, we don't have sessions to walk into. I think we certainly have cemented for the foreseeable future options for defendants to come in and certainly get their warrant addressed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Duly noted on updating the shared services agreement with South Orange. I will take that on through Finance Committee, as you suggested. Any other questions or remarks from my colleagues or Mr. Bancroft?
No, I think I had some questions. You answered them in your narrative on 108, 108, 208. You've done a great job. Your narrative is great. You know, your three-year actual run rate is perfect. I mean, you do a great job. I mean, really, like you really put a lot of thought into your budget. You know your budget. It's evident when you kind of dig into the actuals, and then you have explanations for every variance that also pops up in my alarm. So well done. Just well done.
The last thing I wanted to mention, and I did want to, because again, this relates to our operations, but we have a card readers to get in and out of our areas, our buildings, that was in place since the building was built in 2008. I believe that's expired. And again, I tip my cap to CFO Joe and Business Administrator Jerry Jimes for their support and ultimately your support in ensuring that gets updated. We have staff that doesn't have cards right now. They've expired. I can't create new cards. It's essential for them to come in and obviously perform duties as required. And it was needed. It was emergent. We've asked for it, and it is something. So again, thank you for that. I realize it's more a police request, but we certainly not only benefit, it's essential. It was needed. So thank you to all who assisted in getting that achieved and done. My staff looks forward to coming and going freely because there's a few new staff members who don't even have cards, and it's frustrating. So thank you.
I appreciate it. I just want, just for the public's notice, that we know that salary and wages is a big part of what we do in our allocation of funding. So I always dig deep into OE, operating expenses, where we can find some savings for the town, because we know that salary and wages are so significant. So if I see things that are off, from postage to leases, as you caught, then I'm going to flag that, because that's where we can make some savings, because we still have to always look at our SW. So you do a great job explaining your operating expenses and justifying the variances. And that's what we have to do. So, you've been great. So I just wanted to publicly recognize your ability to manage your operating expenses really to the T.
Thank you to all. And I really appreciate everyone's support. And like I said, it's we're now 11 years in and I'm 20 years in as a Maplewood Township employee. And I'm proud of it, but I know what you demand. You guys asked for it, and every year I do take it seriously, and I do really look for savings where achievable. I think it's not only what you demand, but I also think it's what it's what the townships and the public demands as well. I think it's required for us as government employees to search for that, find savings where possible, and I hope we've tried to meet that challenge as best we can.
Terrific. Thank you again, Mr. Bancroft. Ms. Kripe, Ms. Adams, anything before we let Mr. Bancroft go?
No, totally
Nope.
agree with everything our colleagues said.
Nope. And I want to commend you also on the efforts that you put in to reach out to folks to get them to come into court. There's so many circumstances that we're unaware of in people's lives that something simple as a warrant could turn into the thing that actually ruins their future financial situation. So thank you for doing everything you can to help people get things taken care of as easily as possible.
Agreed. And I just to dovetail that, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. If you work in Maplewood, South Orange, these are the demands that they put on you. And I express it not only to my staff, we talk about it daily with the public, and I think we try and champion it. So I think I take everyone's words here, but also the commitment to that, the social justice component. I think everyone wants that. And I think we strive on a daily basis to try and make that happen. We don't always succeed, but we certainly keep it at the forefront of what we're trying to do daily basis. So thank you.
Terrific. Thank you again, Mr. Bancroft. We appreciate your time today and all of your efforts all year long. We look forward to continuing to work with you and everything you're going to do. And we bid you farewell. Enjoy your weekend.
You too, and enjoy lunch. Cheers.
Thank you. So at this point, we are at a lunch break. It is 11:52. If we are all okay with returning at 12:30 and not taking the full hour, since we do have the library is here, OSTF is waiting as well. Is 12:30 good with everyone?
I see there's a request for OSTF to come in before engineering.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It just popped up.
Sure.
I have no problem with it. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that either. So at this moment, we are going to break and we will return at 12:30 sharp. Thank you. Okay, are we all back? I don't see Mr. DeLuca, Deputy Mayor DeLuca. Is he here?
Jermaine just texted that she's en route, be here soon.
Okay, we'll just give them a couple of minutes here.
I think Mr. DeLuca just like left instead of just turning off his camera and stuff.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna go on and promote Ms. Lester over.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor DeLuca is back. And we're waiting on Ms. Cripe. Couple minutes. Okay, we're going to get started. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of our second public budget workshop. Slight change in the previously posted agenda for this afternoon. We're going to proceed with library next, and then, excuse me, open space trust fund, and then engineering, and then we will end with capital projects. Not convinced we're going to get through capital projects today, but let's see how it goes. We might need a third session, which wouldn't be uncommon, but let's see how it goes today. So with that, I see that Library Director Lester is with us and has been converted over. Welcome, Sarah. It's really good to have you.
Thank you.
So thanks for being here again and giving us the opportunity to learn about what you've been doing and what you intend to do, and to share all of this with the community as well as the library's budget. So let's start with your narrative, and then we'll move over to your budget. And if you want to share your screen so that the public can see what the rest of us are seeing, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Township Committee. It's a pleasure being with you this afternoon. The library is free and open to all. And I was struck by what Ryan Bancroft said at the last session, and talking about the importance of access. And access is what we do every day. We see it. We see the need in our community. We know the community members that do not have technology or internet access or resources at home, and they come and use our services every day. So I guess what I'm most proud of in 2021 is that we were open, the library was open all year. Many of our neighboring libraries had to shut periodically, but we were open for our residents, even while the school district was still closed in the winter going into the spring of 2021. And this meant a lot to our community. We heard it every day, how important it was that we were there providing the resources. We circulated 195,000 items last year, which is more than the year before, and is very close to what we had been doing pre-pandemic, which I thought was very interesting. So even though people had to access our services differently, and we've had time limits and health and safety kind of checks in place, people have come and received the information and the resources they needed. I also want to thank our administration and all of you for the vaccination mandate for our municipal staff. I think that was crucial for us to be able to provide the services that we did. So that was huge, and I think that was a huge leadership thing that you all did. And I want to thank Jerry and Bailey as well for that. We also had the guidance of our health officer, Candace Davenport, which really guided us through the year in a safe way. And again, that was really important to us. The other, really big things that happened last year that I want to thank all of you again is that you all bonded 12 million for our new library. And over the past year, while we were open and serving our public, we've also been planning for our 21st century library. And along with the $8.3 million grant that we received from the state, and our library foundation, by the end of 2021, had raised $1.5 million, which is, a huge effort on their part, and that really came from all over our community. So the support throughout the community for this project, we've really seen it, and that's been sort of really amazing to see how many people have really contributed to this and contributing to the future of Maplewood. Going forward, we are very close to going out to bid for a general contractor for the new building. And, I owe many thanks to Deputy Mayor DeLuca for his role in this, because we would not be able to do this without everything that he has done, along with many of my colleagues throughout the different departments. This is a huge effort. I've neglected to say that, besides going through a pandemic last year, we also were devastated by Hurricane Ida. And right before we had planned to close the library, we had 6 to 8 feet of water in our lower level, and had to very quickly move up accelerate our move out of our building and into our other spaces. And that really was an effort by everyone again. But I owe many thanks to our staff. We have an incredible library staff who all pitched in to make this work. And as I noted in my narrative, our library staff are locally known, state known, and nationally known. So there's a great reputation of our staff throughout the country. And Maplewood's on the map. And I think for what we do, people know it. They call me a lot to find out, how we've done things and how we've made things work. So, I'm proud of that as well. We also, have tried to be very fiscally responsible, and have been very creative in how we've gone out for grant funding. So we did that last year, and this year we again have a grant from the state for ESOL classes. Those are all being done virtually right now. We recently got a grant from the through the American Rescue Plan, and the National Endowment for the Humanities and American Library Association, and that's for $10,000. That was a competitive national grant. And we will be doing a community-wide program with that. And after a year where we really could not do so effectively or successfully, our Ideas Festival is back. And the last 2 weeks of April, we will be holding our 8th annual Ideas Festival, with 6 of those events live at the Woodland. And that's a big deal. So we've heard from our patrons, we hear from our community. People, have been very grateful that they've had access to virtual programs, but they're tired of it. And I think we all need to see each other. And if we can do so safely, that's what we want to do. So again, that requires us to work very closely with our other departments. And I want to thank Department of Recreation for sharing their space with us. I guess lastly, we've moved into 2 different spaces right now while we're building a new library. So we are at 129 Boyden for adult services, and our Hilton Branch Library has been transformed to a library for children and teens. And, I think that, people are still sort of figuring out what's happening, but I think our community has been very appreciative that we have been able to continue providing the services that they expect. And with over 20,000 residents of Maplewood with a library card, that's a lot of expectation. And we really try to meet that on a daily basis.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. You're truly incomparable. I mean, you really meet the definition of that word. Your leadership, both on the operational side of things, your leadership with your team, who, as you noted, are exceptional in their own right, And also in terms of being very competitive in getting grants and being very fiscally conservative, as you mentioned. Before we go over and look at your operating budget a little bit and pull that up on the screen, I'd like you to share with us and the public some of the services that you've been able to provide for our seniors. You've been isolated, still making sure that we can get books to them door to door in some instances. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So, so as I mentioned, we have, during this past year, almost all of our programs have been virtual. So specifically for seniors, we have 3 book clubs a month for seniors. We have a special program. So we just had a great event with a gallery owner in Newark last week that was virtual that many of our seniors attended. We have upcoming events for Women's History Month that will be virtual. And we also provide services door to door. So for anybody, regardless of age or anybody in Maplewood can access our services, give us a call and tell us what they want, and we will deliver books or the resources directly to their house or retirement community or apartment building. And we do this, I think the numbers were upward of, they're between 60 to 100 items every month that go out that are being delivered directly to our residents. We know that we're in a much smaller place at 129 Boyden. So we do have to be creative about how we meet the needs of our seniors in our adult community. And, I welcome, people's comments and suggestions and how to do that. We're looking forward to spring where we can do more things outside. We are right by the community pool, so we will have that connection. We have a brand new book bike, so we will be delivering books and materials and going out to festivals on our book bike, which makes everybody smile when they see that. So we are, we're trying to meet people where they are, and also to provide some hope for people in our community. And I think, the biggest way we're doing that is by building a library that this community deserves.
Agreed. Truly exceptional. Thank you for that. And I love the book bike. It's a lot of fun. So would you walk us through your operating budget? If there are any items you particularly wanted to highlight, any changes in your budget and so on and so forth?
I think the main thing that I want to highlight, and the reason why we're able to have a budget like we do, which you'll see is much lower than in years past, is that we had a series of retirements last year and the year before, and we have not been filling all of those positions, knowing that we are in a reduced footprint right now. So for the next 2 years, we will be able to do that. But I do want to note that when we reopen our library, we will need to have the budget that we'd had previously in order to do so.
That makes a lot of sense. So thank you. I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues so that they can express their remarks and or ask any questions. Anyone?
I just want to say thank you from behalf of the seniors to making sure that they have accessibility to resources, as well as being considerate of the fact that they have needs beyond what a typical library has. It is definitely a conversation that's happening in the advisory committee from the seniors, and they want to, they actually, one of the areas that they have really no concerns about is how the library is run. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you. And I also, I neglected to mention what we've been doing for kids and teens. And I do want to note, especially while our schools were closed, our families in Maplewood were very, very appreciative that, that we were open and that providing services for their children. And our teen librarian is currently working out of, she's at Hilton Branch 1 day a week, but she's 2 days a week. She's at Maplewood Middle School, and 2 days a week she's at Columbia High School. And so she is meeting our teens in the schools, which has been working very closely with our school librarians, which has been, an incredible partnership. And so that is something that we, that is growing, and that when we bring it back to the library, will make that stronger, the partnership between our schools and our public library stronger.
Deputy Mayor, Ms. Adams, Mr. McGehee.
Sure, I just want to thank you and your staff, Ms. Lester, for a great maintaining our operations, pivoting, like, a lot of us had to do in our work, but you had to find new buildings, bring everything over, put stuff in storage, deal with IDA. So you guys have gone through a lot, and I'm sure you're looking forward to the new facility for sure. With regard to the budget in front of us, this is probably more to our administrator and CFO, but it's almost impossible for me to say anything about this because there's very little information. Typically, we have a lot more detail in the budget. So library direct expenses, I have no idea what that includes. And normally when we have these, these all day things, I know it might be obnoxious to CFOs and administrators that we kind of nitpick and go line by line, but that's our responsibility. And I think, we do a good job with that year after year, just kind of nailing down and at least getting explanations, but I literally can't ask a single question about these line items because they're too much of a whole as opposed to line items.
So I can tell you just on a broad scope, what direct expenses, the main expense in that is books and materials. So that's utilities, books and materials, everything that that's everything that it takes to run our libraries internally. And the library trustees oversee this part of the budget on a monthly basis.
Right. So that's a significant decrease from last year. So, again, I don't really know how to opine on it. So, but yeah.
Other comments?
I'll go next, Mayor. Thank you. So we'll talk business and then formalities next, but on the budget, Ms. Lester, line item 390-390-204, building materials, supplies, and contracts. The request for this year is a 50% increase from 20,000 to 30,000. We've been averaging, it's interesting because it has been tapering off from 19 actual to 21. It went from 66.5 to 22.8 to 10. And now we're going back up. I just wanted to know what the rationale was behind it.
I'm going to have to look back into that because, but that's a line that the Department of Public Works really uses for our buildings. So to do upkeep and, anything that they have to do on our buildings.
Okay, I appreciate that narrative. So that's for Mr. Kittner to come back and give us some clarification on that, Mr. Kaloje and Mr. Jimes. And then I did look at that direct expenses line as well, 390-201. And I will say that it was interesting to see that it was down 31% when you look at year over year or look at request versus appropriated. And at the 3-year run rate is 277, so it's below that. So that's good to see it go down. We're looking for operating expenses to go down. But I appreciate you taking the time to, obviously put this budget in front of us. And I want you to know that we do look at it and we look at every line because it's important, because you spent the time and we have an obligation to the community to do the same. So that's my questions regarding the budget. Now, in terms of my remarks, I just want to say bravo to you, Ms. Lester, and your team. When COVID hit in 2020, I'm using the picture behind me to kind of talk about when we were going through all the departments and really having that very significant, serious conversation. I thought about your department as much as any other department because you have the highest touch point, in my opinion, of any other department in the township of Maplewood. As you articulated your narrative, the people that go through your doors every day and knowing those touch points and knowing how that interaction with our public could impact our team members, our members of the library, and the way that you handled it and led through that was also astonishing, amazingly as well. So thank you for your leadership and thank you for being operationally sound and helping us as a community move forward. I salute you.
Thank you.
So before we move over to Deputy Mayor DeLuca and Ms. Kripe, or anyone else who wanted to say anything additional. Can we get the CFO Koloje, and Business Administrator Jimes to answer the question about line item 390-204, building material supplies and contracts? If that is exclusively DPW related, why is it accounted for under the library, or is this how we always do it?
So historically, in the past, we have always put a line item for the building materials and supplies. It gives the Buildings and Grounds Department of the DPW the ability to better track what is being spent on those two facilities in particular. My guess is someone set this up in such a fashion because the library, as a free public library, is outside of the cap. And so this affects our ability to raise money without having to deal with the 3.5% appropriation cap or the 2% tax levy cap.
Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Koloje. Administrator Jimes, anything to add to that?
No, I can't speak historically, obviously, because I wasn't here, but I mean, the assessment that it has to do with the cap makes sense, because anything that you're spending on the library, you would want specifically appropriated to the library for precisely that reason.
Okay, great. Deputy Mayor DeLuca, anything you want to add here?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, you're so modest. Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeLuca, for your leadership in getting us closer and closer to putting shovels in the ground to get our new library. Really excited about that. And all of us on this TC will be able to see it, hopefully, and walk through those doors very soon. And we're all excited about that. So, Ms. Lester, if you have any final thoughts you want to share, please do.
The last thing I wanted to say is I want to invite everyone, including all the township committee, to our town hall meeting with our architects, Sage and Coombe Architects, on March 22nd at 7 o'clock. That will be via Zoom, but you will have a virtual walkthrough of the new building. So I invite, we'll have that will go out publicly, but I invite everybody to attend that.
We will be there. I just put it on my calendar. I was not aware of that. Thank you for that. Terrific. Thank you again for taking the opportunity to share with the public and with us everything. And we're very grateful, and we're very excited about the year coming up. The Ideas Festival happening in person. That's very, very exciting. And it's one of our Maplewood brands. And we can't thank you enough. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're going to move over to OSTF. Mr. Nelson, I believe, has been with us since this morning. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for being available all this time. And you're up next, sir. Please walk us through your narrative and budget.
Okay, here we are. The process was a little different this year. So did you get the background notes that I sent over through Joe and Bailey? Okay, good. All right, great. Yep. That's it. Okay, cool. So this worked very similar to years previously. We were assigned a budget that was comprised of tax levy plus whatever leftover funds we had from prior year or years, and always had to account for a little ding for the DeHart debt service for the field. But that left us with $453,000 to spend this year. We had 6 requests, a mix from engineering and DPW, Memorial Park Conservancy, and 2 from Community Services. And that totaled $695 going in. So going into this process, we were knowing we weren't going to be able to do everything fully because we obviously were being asked to spend more money than we had to spend. The good news is many of these requests were what I call legacy requests. They're either almost exactly like we've approved in years prior, or they're related to other projects that we have supported previously. So they're in a very short period of time, because the process was very compressed this year. The good news was many of these were familiar. There wasn't really a whole lot of debate on the bulk of the requests. The two big ticket items, which were the two that put us over the top potentially for spending, were the two that had the most discussion about to what extent do we fund them. And that was the bridge repair as well as the spray ground. The bridge repair, what we wound up doing was looking at the initial request, which was for 350, and in talking with Paul, it became clear that this was the final of 3 requests, and this was to deal with all 3 bridges in total, taking into account that we've provided 2 earlier grants or 2 approvals in prior years. So this was to finish off all the bridges in total, but Paul recognized that the library bridge, which is the 3rd one to be constructed, probably would not be done this year. So we took that out of the mix and brought the amount down to 125, and that will cover the completion of the 2nd bridge, which hasn't started yet. That's the Duck Pond Bridge. And then stop there, and then we'll deal with Library Bridge when it becomes clearer as to when that's going to actually move forward. So that helped a great deal. Ash borer inoculation, this is not inexpensive. This is only a 10 grand thing, but it's well worth the monies we spend, because this is the 6th year it's been in effect, even though it's only done every other year. So this is the 3rd request we've dealt with, but so far so good. Most, if not all, of the ashtrays are faring well because of this effort. So we hope this continues, and so that was an easy approval. Memorial Park design, landscape consultant and intern. Again, this is a returning project. This is, I believe, the 7th year we've supported this. And for those of you who spend time in the park, I think you can see the value that we get for this relatively inexpensive commitment is well worth it. So that, again, was kind of an easy approval for our group. Memorial Park shrub planting plan, that was new this year, but as I mentioned in my notes, it's similar actually to 2 plans we have done before. We did a park-wide tree planting proposal that was submitted to SHPO and approved, and has allowed us to go ahead and plant trees in the park, which are desperately needed. And then this is also kind of akin to what we did with the Flagpole Hill planting plan, which is where we go back to wherever possible and we looked at historical planting plans from the 20s and try to refurbish what's in the park now, replenish, revive, and bring it up to date for current climate conditions and availability and adaptability of plant species. So that request for 23 was easily granted as well by the group. The two requests from community services, the skate park lighting and the spray ground, there was a little more discussion on each of them, a little bit on the skate park lighting, not so much in, is it something we want to support or is it important? I think everybody agrees it adds a much needed benefit to the well-used feature of the skate park. The question was really, is that estimate we were dealing with for 40,000, is that tight? Is that really the right scope of the lighting? There were questions about whether additional lighting might be needed on pathways to get to the skate park. There was a quick regroup, I guess, of those involved in this, and it looks like the $40,000 estimate that we were looking at is reasonably sound, if maybe an additional buffer of $10,000 to cover a couple of extra costs that weren't covered in that. But I have to stick with the 40 that the group saw in our meeting Thursday night. So that was approved. And it just, the note in my my document was just, pending the confirmation of costs. The discussion for the spray ground in Maple Crest Park probably took up the most of the time in our meeting. And there were a lot of questions, as there have been with this from the beginning, because from the OSTF's perspective, we started treating this as simply Maple Crest Park Improvement Project because nobody had landed on what was going to happen with the space that's currently occupied by the unusable tennis courts. So the first year we just gave, I think it was $140,000 to just, figure out what you want to do with the park. Last year we gave another $160,000. It had been identified that the spray ground was the leading candidate, but there were no details there. So we threw another $160,000 in. And so we had $300,000 in the pot, so to speak, to move forward. And then we got a request for another $250,000. And that was based on a project cost that was $500,000 or $500,000 plus maybe another $50,000, depending on the location of the spray ground. Some of us on the committee were surprised that that was the cost. We don't remember. Some do, some don't. So, that needs a little clarification that would ultimately be the cost of the project, the $500,000. But there were more fundamental questions about, is it going where the tennis courts were, and what happens? That was only supposed to take up 2/3 of the tennis court. What goes in that other space? There were questions about what happens with this park when it's winter or whenever the water's shut off and the water feature isn't operable. And so there were designs about kind of the scope of it, the design of it, what was the real cost benefit if it's going to be $500,000 and it's not available for use all year. So there were just a lot of unanswered questions that seemed that made it seem inappropriate to move forward with a firm commitment at this point. So we chose not to put anything in the pot now until some of those questions are answered, and then we can come back and revisit that once that project is tightened up a little bit more. So all that being said, we wound up only moving forward with $220,000 in recommendations, leaving $233,000 in unallocated. Normally we don't have that much to leave over, but in this case we know there's two projects already that are pending, and that would either be more money towards the completion of the bridges or whatever happens with the spray ground in Maple Crest. But for right now, we recommend just leaving them there, and then we can revisit either one of those projects or anything else that comes up between this year and next year's budget cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to cue CFO Koloje here for the public's edification. I know, Mr. Koloje, you sent us sort of the historical narrative of what we have done, what OSTF allocations were made previously in reference to, as Mr. Nelson said, Maple Crest Park improvements, and what the TC has adopted in related resolutions. And then I'm going to cue Township Administrator Jimes to answer a couple of my other follow-up questions on this. So, Mr. Koloje.
Thank you, Mayor. From a limited participation in open space, typically I only am invited to the open space meetings when it's budget season and it's time to determine balances that are available, and then to answer any questions when it comes to how we would fund major projects. And so 2 years ago, this came on the radar because of the disrepair of the tennis courts at Maple Crest Park. There were discussions about eliminating a couple of them, maybe just one tennis court, maybe two with grass in between, maybe a spray ground, maybe there was a whole bunch of maybes. And so in 2020, recognizing that. And I believe it was probably the first open space meeting that that Mr. Kittner was attending as the DPW director. It was recommended and $160,000 was set aside to move forward with that footprint project. The following year, because it appeared that at the TC level, there was gaining some support for creating a spray ground. That discussion then continued and additional funding was put into place that year. I think there was a presentation from Ms. Mancuso from something that she might have seen at the league as well. So the project is my understanding, and certainly from what I'm seeing in the trust fund and how we've got this set up, is that this was going to be similar to the bridge project at Memorial Park. It was going to be a multi-year funded project. There's no sense in putting aside $600,000 for bridges if we're only going to be able to do one bridge a year. And certainly that paid off for us when we got the CDBG grant from the county for one of the bridges. So as it stands today, there's $300,000 that has been set aside for what appears to be the spray ground where the tennis court footprint happens to be. The project always was somewhere around or my recollection was 500,000 plus, because the engineer was indicating that based on that location, there may be additional costs than just installing a splash pad in terms of running water lines and setting up drainage, et cetera, et cetera. So he's always been pitching that it was going to be over $500,000. But in my recollection, and certainly the path that we've been going on is $160,000 was put aside in 2020. Another $140,000 was put aside in 2021. $300,000 is sitting in the trust fund. I'm guessing that the request this year was to be able to move forward with the project this year. Again, it makes no sense to set aside those funds if we're not going to actually be ready to move forward with the project.
Right, and we adopted resolutions accordingly to account for that 300K. Is that right, Mr. Kaloje?
Yes, Mayor. My predecessor wasn't a big fan of resolutions. I, however, am, because then this way we've got a paper trail. And so, yes, in 2020 and in 2021, there were two resolutions adopted by the Township Committee that allocated specific funds to specific areas in the Open Space Trust Fund. So we moved it from the unallocated portion, which is where all the money lands as we collect the tax for the open space. And then it gets put appropriately into each line item where it sits until the project is completed. Once that occurs, we would then put a resolution before the governing body to cancel the balance and put it back into unallocated. My predecessor had a preference of canceling at the end of every year, and that created some financing problems for us as projects weren't completed, but now there was no funding in place to address it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kaloje. Mr. Gimes, can you speak to the rest of this recommended or proposed by Community Services allocation of $250K? That's got to be related to the report that the consultant initially submitted to us. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So yes, the $250,000 would equate to the $550,000 total estimate that the engineer from Colliers put forth based on his 2 site visits and discussions as a result of that. So that estimate came out to $500,000 depending on the location. If the location were to be in another spot, it'd be approximately $550,000. The Township Committee discussed that sometime in the fall or late in 2021 and decided for the $550,000 based on that. And then subsequent to that, we passed a resolution hiring Collier's engineer to do all that site work, bidding documents, and engineering work related to the project.
Great. And can you answer another question for me as it relates to the lighting at the skate park? Is there any reason to assume that the estimate, the 40K estimate, is either not final or legit?
I don't believe so. I know Engineer Kittner and Director Mancuso had a discussion with that vendor sometime late yesterday afternoon. Engineer Kittner wrote an email sometime yesterday, and I know Mr. Nelson was on it. I don't remember who else was on it, to be honest with you. But it said, as Mr. Nelson said, there might be a buffer in there based on a certain thing of $5,000 to $10,000. But ultimately, I think Engineer Kittner said that he saw no issue with the proposal that was submitted to us.
Okay. So the narrative then therefore is that we've already allocated the 300K previously. We've adopted resolutions accordingly. And all of that obviously also happened with public discussions, governing body votes, governing body discussions with the public, and then subcommittee discussions through Rec and Human Services, Recreational Advisory, and so on and so forth. But we always knew, based on the report, that this was going to be a project that was going to be closer to $550,000. Is that what I'm being told?
That's I would agree with that, because that's what the estimate had said, and that's what we discussed at that committee meeting where we decided location.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues. To Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt. I just want to clarify. I believe when OSTF last looked at that project a year ago, I do not think we had an estimate in front of us, and I think it was a conceptual plan. I don't believe we had the full amount in front of us, and I think that's what caused the confusion for some of us.
Right, the estimate was only in August from Colliers.
Yeah. So just to clarify, that's why some of us were saying I didn't know it was going to be $500,000. You guys had more information that I think we didn't really know about a year ago. So that's
fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Yeah, fair enough. It seems that way indeed. Mr. Koloja, you have your hand up.
Yes, Mayor. I just want to circle back to the lighting at the skate park. Mr. Kittner's email had indicated that based on our inability in the engineering department to come up with electrical plans to handle the project, that an additional $10,000 was going to be required. So currently we've got $40,000 down, but based on Mr. Kittner's email from yesterday, we should really be budgeting $50,000 for the skate park lighting project.
Okay, thanks for that additional context, Mr. Koloja. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues here to ask any questions. Mr. Nelson.
So at the OSTF meeting the other night, we talked about one of the things included in that estimate for the spray ground is between $40,000 and $50,000 for fencing around the spray ground. And none of the diagrams or the information or the plans, the conceptual plans in previous years included that being fenced off. And there was concern that just added to the concern about what happens to that in the 8 months of the year. It's not really usable. It's like, I mean, because it's got to be really warm and running. So say for argument's sake, 6 months of the year, it's unusable. So there was a desire to find out about that, to keep it from being fenced in, thus saving that money. And also what happens to the equipment during the off season, so that, for example, if everything's screwed into the ground, all the play things that squirt water, that they could be removed, which is what Ms. Mancuso had said originally, that they would be removed in the off season and put in storage to extend the life of those pieces of equipment. So what happens to that area in the off season? Is it possible to be used for something else? Could it be made into something so it's still public space, I guess? So that the concern on the OSTF members was that it's a lot of money for a few, not even a full year. So if there's a way to address that with this footprint, for example, and make it something that could be usable, I think that's something we should look at as well, if it's even possible, because I don't know.
I can address that, because those concerns, were relayed to us yesterday, and I had a conversation with the engineer along with the director to specifically ask those questions. First, as it relates to the fence, he indicated that the fence was there, proposed now for, to protect it from vandalism reasons, when it's not in use. We asked him about removal of the equipment in the off season, he had said that there's parts of it that can be winterized, but it's just not feasible, and it would annually be cost prohibitive to be removing the equipment and, you know, re-adding it every winter. So I did ask the engineer about those two questions based on his proposal, and that's what he indicated to me.
And then, Mr. McGee, so, and Mr. Jimes, you know, with our public Department of Public Works, we have other playgrounds too, right? And a skate park. We don't use those year round, right? I'm just saying, I mean, we don't use those year round. We don't use the pool year round. But
Well, yeah, we use a playground year round. This is very specific that you can't really use it unless it's warm out and the water's running. So the water gets shut off every year. So we're asking, because right now there's kids on the playgrounds today, likely, and all year long. So it's not really you can't leave that place open, you can't leave that place. And there is a desire to fund it. We're just trying to make it, the discussion was to make it as usable and as financially sound an expenditure as possible. So these are just exploratory questions because a lot of them we weren't able to have answered at the meeting.
No, I understand. You said the key part that there's a desire to fund it. I just want to make sure we fund it. We made a commitment to the community, and we need to follow through. So we can figure those things out later, but I'm on board to funding it. My question is, if we add another 10,000 to the budget, takes us to 230, that leaves us with the balance of 223, but a deficit of $17,000 if we allocate 250 here. So how are we going to address that?
Right, but I do think that that answer lies with the engineer and possibly with community services. We can ask this question of Mr. Kittner during his session coming up, but I'm not sure if do we need the entire amount to get this off the ground?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Can we get this started? And do we have to have everything in place?
Yeah, I don't think anyone is suggesting that we start over and we reopen this conversation. We did make a commitment to the community, and we also adopted resolutions that we would have to basically rescind and start over, and the 300K that's already been allocated would go back into the OSTF and so on.
We can't keep doing that.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We do have the public with us. We want to make that clear. We don't want to be misrepresented out there. But it is a legit question to ask, how much do we need to get this off the ground? We have the 300, and could we have a portion of the 250 to get us there? I don't know. And that is a question, I think. Mr. Jimes, do you have an answer to that question?
I could provide a general answer just as it relates to public bidding. You know, and then as I'm looking at the breakdown of these costs, I mean, certainly not being an engineer, I'm not sure how you'd phase this in, but certainly I could be corrected on that. But as it relates to bidding, the engineer is going to create, you know, the survey and the plan and the bid specs. And when you go out to bid, you know, you have to certify that all those funds, you know, are available before you seek public bids. So, you know, if the estimate is going to be, you know, what we said, and the caveat I'll add to that is we all know how public bidding goes, and we all know how the supply chain issues are going. So, you know, who knows what the public bid will come in at, but he felt pretty comfortable with the estimate that he had despite those issues nonetheless. And he had some more creative ideas in terms of purchasing the equipment. But anyway, I digress. I'm not sure how you would phase this in, you know, logistically, and then also from a procurement standpoint, that if you're going out to bid for the whole project, you know, one contractor is going to be bidding to put it all in at one time, and you'd have to certify all those funds are available prior to going out to bid, no matter where they come from.
Thank you, Mr. John. So that goes back to my question, Mayor. So we have a $17,000 whole deficit we need to address.
Yeah. So Deputy Mayor DeLuca, did you want to remark here? Haven't heard from you. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add.
You know, we've made a decision to fund this. We should just fund it.
Yep.
I don't know why we're spending a lot of time, and it's nothing to do with the OTSF group because they had limited information. We've been talking about this. We've made decisions. November 15th, we made a decision to move forward. Let's just move forward.
Yeah.
This should not be something for $17,000 that we're having a problem with.
Yeah, I'm with Mr. DeLuca. Let's go. I mean, this is 3 years in a running.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I do think that I mean, this is why we do this and we spend our Saturdays so we can have a discussion and the public has an opportunity to understand our process, because then they're going to come back to us and say, where was the process? But I am committed to this project and I do think we need to move it forward.
Yeah, and one last question, just in general, and I don't know if this is something for engineering. Is that design set in stone? Because there are year-round usage of parks. I spent a lot of time this summer looking at New York City spray parks, and during the fall, the way that they've got their design set up, they're sculptures, and those kids climb on them through the air. So, is the design set in stone in that metallic, plasticky kind of only one use kind of way, or are we looking at multiple usage?
Yeah, I think that's a really valuable point. And so we're not belaboring it. Everybody's agreed to fund it. It's just a question of how we're going to make it work. And I really appreciate that, Ms. Kripe, that we can maybe, if we commit the money, right, from OSTF to the project, we also have the outstanding issue of what happens to the third tennis court area. And there might be a potential savings there depending on what we decide to do. But I think we need to ask our designer to take Ms. Kripe's thoughts into consideration and ways to make it less likely, without offense, for example, to be vandalized by them being sort of more permanent type structures.
Deputy Mayor DeLuca, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Today, we're really talking about funding. I think these are good. I think what Ms. Adams is raising are good points. And I would suggest we kick it to Recreation and Human Services, which Ms. Kripe chairs, and we can have a deeper dive into the operational aspects of this.
Absolutely, I agree. Okay, great. There's a consensus to fund the project as requested and to move forward accordingly. Mr. Nelson, did you have any final remarks?
Just the only thing that was kind of a surprise too was that this proposal puts it not on the tennis courts, which was the impetus for this discussion.
No, that's not true. It is in that spot. It's just the additional costs that need to be discussed is what happens to that area of the third tennis court.
Right. Yeah.
That's okay. That's not how I read the estimate, but that's fine then.
It does. You're right in that it would have been cheaper over in one area than in the area we're talking about, but then the dilapidation of the tennis court area doesn't even get addressed. So it's going there.
It's going to the tennis courts. Okay, cool. All right.
Okay, good discussion. Mr. Nelson, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you guys.
Mr. Colosio has been trying to say something.
Mr. Colosio, go ahead. I apologize.
If you'll indulge me, Mayor, I would like to explain a little bit more of the funding technicality of how this would work. So we can either fully fund it using the open space funds, which as Mr. McGehee pointed out, we come up $17,000 short. So the only way to do that would be to not do one of the other projects and move the funding forward. We can also bond for the money for whatever difference there might be. We can also take money either through the capital improvement fund, which is part of our operating budget, and leave the funding in place there in order to get us across the finish line. Or we can also identify as a funding source our general capital fund balance for the difference. So even though we're going to come up short based on what is available at open space, there are mechanisms in place that we can fully fund the project without having to borrow.
Yeah, I would like that to be the case because I don't think anything else on that list from OSTF should be like cut out just for this extra 17.
And actually, point of order, in my own arithmetic, it is 17, but when you add the 10,000 in, that was noted by Mr. Cloje, now it's 27,000.
Right. Okay, we had a good discussion about this. Again, Mr. Nelson, thank you for being with us today and sharing your thoughts and the committee's thoughts. And thank you for chairing this committee for so many years. You clearly are a glutton for punishment, but you know, we appreciate your service and you do a fantastic job. And it was good to have you with us today.
Mr. Mayor, if I may say something for Mr. Nelson goes, I want to recognize Open Space Trust Fund advisory committee because these two projects are as high as equity and inclusion can be. I mean, the reason why these projects came up is because of the concern by the community, the discrepancy in people who could afford the pool and couldn't afford the pool. So this is funding being done in the right way, because those now people from our community and the greater community, be it Newark or Irvington, whoever, can now come to Maplewood and enjoy that spray park. And that shows the value of inclusion and diversity in our township. And then also the young people behind me who are, were part of Danny Ives Foundation and his legacy. This is big. This is a huge, we made a commitment to that family to do what's right by Danny, his devotion to our community. So these are some of the biggest Open Space Trust Fund accomplishments in my tenure on the Township of Maplewood. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, sir.
You too.
Thank you. All right. Well, this brings us just wonderfully over to engineering. I think we have Mr. Kittner, our Engineering Public Works Director, with us. We also have Engineer Hussam Zaidan with us and Engineer Scott Redmond with us. If we bring them all over.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Mr. Kittner, welcome back, sir. We appreciate you making a second visit here to our second budget workshop. And today we're going to be talking about your engineering operating budget. We'll start there. We'll share the screen. You can highlight certain items. We can ask questions about variances. And then we'll talk about your requests for engineering and what you want to accomplish this year. Okay?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Kittner, take it away. We've got it up here on the screen.
So starting with our operating, compared to last week, the operating expenses are really a small fraction of DPW's. But I think from engineering 165 series of costs, they're fairly consistent with the prior years. The only difference is engineering salaries. And what that reflects is us having our staff engineer this year. Last year, a portion of the year, we did not have a staff engineer. And it also reflects, I believe, a number of merit increases that were part of the department. So, Mr. Kaloje, if you want to just confirm that my understanding is correct, I'd appreciate that.
That is accurate, Mr. Kittner. And the other reason for the inflated number is it does not at this point in time calculate in the amount of money that we normally put into our bond ordinance for outside engineering services in the sense of a road project and charging it there. So depending on what happens with the bond ordinance and the capital projects, this number will likely go down.
Thank you. So reviewing the costs, does anyone have any questions on engineering? The one note I'll make is our GIS maintenance, and our former assistant administrator had, worked with us on getting our GIS maintenance done through a different company to reduce costs. And I think that's reflected in that line item. And that changeover was done last year. Later last year. Does anyone have any questions on engineering?
Open floor. Any questions on the line items? Operating. Okay, seeing none.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
We can move forward, Mr. Kittner.
Oh, moving on to planning and zoning board. Those costs, I would say, are also consistent with prior years. Looking at this, I don't think anything jumps out at me. I will note that there is a line item in both cases for professional services and a court stenographer. Many years that line item is not used, but in certain applications and instances, it's required. So every year we have to add that line item in our budget.
Thank you, Mr. Kittner. I have no questions. Any questions on those items?
None for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving along, Mr. Kittner.
Sure, Mayor. At some point, if the committee can indulge me, I'd like to just talk about some of our accomplishments and goals this year as well. You could let me know when that's appropriate.
How about right now, Mr. Kittner? Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that my staff are extremely proud to work for this incredible township. I'm fortunate because I get to manage a group that has tremendous talent. And I think we're proud of our accomplishments, what we got done this in 2021. Just looking at this, we coordinated 2.59 miles of roadway that was paved. That's both through the local road project as well as municipal aid projects. We worked on a number of different traffic calming projects, including the restriping of Springfield Avenue, its entirety. We worked on a number of different building improvements. The Civic House, we worked on plans for getting that reconstructed. It's just pending available funding. The Woodland, we worked on plans to get AC installed in that building. Town Hall, we worked on HVAC upgrades and the roof replacement above administration, as well as the installation of a dual port EV charger in the parking lot. Bergdorf, we worked on improved fire alarm systems, and the courthouse and police building, we finished the AC upgrades for that building. For our memorial library, we coordinated the response to Tropical Storm Ida. As Ms. Lester indicated previously, there was about 7 feet of water in the basement, and that was quite an undertaking trying to get that building, back to where it was previously. And then we also performed a full asbestos abatement for the building, anticipating the building up addition and the improvements that are coming forth. So that work was completed most recently. The municipal pool underwent a tremendous upgrade in its filtration and pumping systems. All of the pools, all 4 pools got upgrades in 2021. We're also coordinating improvements to the dive platform this year. For utility and stormwater, we completed the siphon upgrade along Boyden Avenue at Stuyvesant and Boyden. And that work also included placing cured and placed liner for the sanitary sewer from Springfield Avenue all the way down to Evelyn Court. That adds 50 to 75 years of life expectancy to the pipe. We've also worked heavily on the fuel station at DPW last year, and that's actually nearing completion right now. We're shortly going to have access to 2 10,000-gallon tanks, 1 diesel, 1 gasoline for emergency vehicles and all of our municipal equipment, as well as adjoining townships. We worked on the Memorial Park Bridge, the Civic House Bridge. All that work was completed in 2021, as well as plans for the Duck Pond Bridge, which is going to go out to advertisement shortly. We also assisted the Village Center lot parking lot improvement project, and that's actually underway in design. We're working with our professional design consultant on that, and we're excited about that project. We also implemented DOT projects and CDBG projects and finished those projects out. So we're proud of our accomplishments going forward. We want to continue to integrate both DPW and engineering together. We want to implement our road improvement program this year, as well as all municipal aid and CDBG projects. We're going to focus on resiliency for our storm systems and our sanitary systems. Tropical Storm Ida really showed a lot of cracks in our system, in our resiliency and our infrastructure. So we're going to work towards trying to improve that this year. And that is not going to be a one-year term. That's going to be ongoing for quite some time. We're going to continue to implement road projects this year, including Jacoby and 44th Street. That's a municipal aid funded project. And, look at other funding sources to try to lessen the burden on the residents. We're going to work on EV charging projects. There's a number of them that are planned right now that we actually received partial funding through DEP. And we're going to continue our quest to upgrade the bridges in Memorial Park, the pedestrian bridges, which are used so heavily, including the Duck Pond Bridge. So those are really some of the highlights I wanted to share with the committee and the public, and I thank you for that time.
You're welcome, Mr. Kittner. Will you walk us through your requests, please?
So we have a number of capital requests, starting with 22-01.
Excuse me. Yep. I just want to get it up first.
Okay.
Get up here on the screen.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
So every year we request money for reconstructing our roads. It's important to have our infrastructure upgraded and in good working order. You know, when you have a nice clean road, people take pride in that. It increases home values, and it really makes business more efficient. So this year, we've identified a number of roads that we would consider eligible for reconstruction or repair. We separated those roads into high priority, medium priority, and low priority. This change, by the way, was done fairly recently, so you may not have this in your packets, but this is, Hussam has shared, fortunately, the priority levels here. These roads are in bad shape. Every single one of them we could justify doing, but we understand that there could be limitations in funding. So at a minimum, we'd recommend the high priority roads be completed. Pending available funding, we would recommend the high plus the medium. Together, the high priority and medium priority roads, total just over $1 million, 1.1 million. Some of these roads act as school routes and are critical not just for our pedestrians and local traffic, but it's also for the school itself, getting kids to school. There's a number of roads here that I should note. Baker Street is also going to be engaged in a water main upgrade. I'm going to work with New Jersey American Water on that, and we're probably going to enter some type of cost sharing to get the whole road paved. I'll update the committee on that as that evolves. I'd also like to digress for a second and note that there's been some major upgrades in our township from utility companies, namely PSE&G. And one of our big pushes this year is also going to be working those issues out with them and trying to get as many of these roads restored to their new conditions as much as possible. So I'll update the committee on that as well. So that is our first capital request. It's generally one of our largest. Do you have any questions on this, Mayor?
Mr. Kittner, let's do the full presentation, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
Okay, very good. Moving on to our second request, environmental abatement. So our DPW facility has undergone a number of different improvements over the past couple of years. In 2020, we pulled 3 of our underground storage tanks that also stored gasoline and diesel. And unfortunately, the fuel piping was leaking. So there's some contaminated soil that has to be abated. That's being worked out with DEP. And the township has committed funds in the past to have these tanks removed. Phase 2 were the installation of new above ground tanks, which I referenced in my summary earlier. That's phase 2, and that was funded already. Those tanks are almost operational. They're above ground, they're double walled, triple walled, and there's interstitial monitoring. This contaminated soil and groundwater would not occur from this system. All right, but unfortunately, that technology didn't fully exist back when those tanks were originally put in. So phase 3 would be the abatement side of things, and that's cleaning up the soils. We're asking 1.4 million, and this money pays for a number of different things. It pays for our consultant to actually develop plans for a contractor to publicly bid and remove these soils and perform the work that's necessary. It includes costs to structurally support our DPW building while this work is occurring. Because of the migration of the plume, it could impact the actual structure. This is, by the way, an estimate. It could be less, it could be more, okay? But this is our best estimate. These costs also include the remedial soils, right? Taking out the soils and properly disposing of them. And also the post-excavation sampling program, which is important. DEP has a mandate for us to complete these improvements and close this site out by May of 2024. So this money would enable us to go forward full speed ahead and get that work done. I will say that in the event that money was an issue this year, we could reduce this number to approximately 1 million. All right, but we would have to secure the rest of those monies next year. So that is what I have to say on the abatement side for DPW. Moving on to 2203, building improvements. This is really a critical request from engineering, and it really affects so many of our operations in the township. Starting off with a request for miscellaneous improvements. This allows us to fund unanticipated projects, things that weren't discovered or became a problem, after our funding was set in place. It's basically a slush fund for us to be able to work on critical infrastructure improvements. And every year we include this and, we invariably use it. The Bergdorf roof repairs, we are not sure what that's going to cost. I have a placeholder of $100,000, which is a good starting point. We have to do more research on that, but there is a leak in the roof. It's a very complicated roof. It's a very old roof. And, roof repairs are tricky. So, but I have a placeholder of $100,000. Hilton Library roof repairs, that was looked at by USA Architects. There's a full report on that. We're requesting $350,000 for that. That includes both slate and flat roofs. The Civic House general improvements. We have a plan that has been vetted through the Historic Preservation Commission. As we know, the Civic House is in the Memorial Park, and that is, on the National Register. So we need HPC approval and SHPO approval for any improvements there. But essentially that money would be combined with a former balance of $150,000 that we requested. And that would be combined to be able to publicly advertise our plans and get those improvements done. Those improvements are masonry repairs, flood proofing, replacement of the roof, and the parapet wall that's in terrible shape. The next item is the 60 Woodland air conditioning. This committee was generous enough to formally award $200,000 towards this. Based on input that we've received from the Historic Preservation Commission and some plan modifications, we are going to need more money for this. Some of that money is for exterior improvements, including a slab extension for the condensing units. And other money is for the actual repurposing of the HVAC units that are there now to turn that into air conditioning. Moving on is the Municipal Town Hall LED architectural lighting improvements. That would be the phase 2 improvements of the LED project. Again, that's pretty much completing all the LED lighting for the building except for the cupola. All right, that is a more involved upgrade. Moving on, our town hall gutters are in need of, we believe, repair. We're not exactly sure of the damage because all the pipes are inside the masonry of the building. It's called the Yankee gutter system. So to expose that damage, we would have to TV the lines. I'm asking for that money to be able to do that. The next item is EV charging, various locations. I think this town is committed towards green technology, green infrastructure, and that money would be spent on various charging locations that we are anticipating and already have partial funding from DEP on. And the last item is DPW bathrooms. This committee had formally committed money towards that, $150,000. And based on our architect's review of the building, it's going to take a little more money than that. So that's the difference of the money to repurpose the bathroom, and we're also making it co-ed. So we're going to give women the proper changing facilities and restrooms that they deserve, and that money goes towards that. 2204 Maple Terrace drainage improvements. So this is a project the township has been undertaking for a number of years now. This is the upper Ridgewood drainage area, so to speak. And unfortunately, there was a tremendous tragedy last year that occurred here. But this funding would complete piping from, from Maple Terrace, basically to the terminus, which ultimately exits in Milburn Township. But this would be for piping that section of drainage, and the estimated cost is $500,000 for that. Moving on, utility repairs and improvements. This is a new line item I generated this year. And what I tried to do was combine sanitary and storm into one item. And I have a balance of $500,000. Obviously these storm events that occur are more frequent, they're more intense. And we had, I think, 3 sinkholes alone that formed in the township from Tropical Storm Ida. And there's been other sinkholes and problems we've had with our infrastructure. So this is a down payment, if you will, for some of those improvements that will be necessary. The committee was generous enough last year on providing additional monies for that. A lot of that money is going to be placed towards creating a base map for our sanitary sewer system, which is approximately 100 years old. So it's in desperate need of improvements. And our team is working with various design consultants to assist with that. 2206 Lexington Ave. This is a municipal aid project, excuse me. This is a long stretch of roadway, and some of this requires drainage improvements. It's a very flat section, and there's simply not enough drainage in the road. We were able to secure a grant in the amount of $505,000 for this particular project. So this includes resurfacing the road, upgrading ramps at the intersections, making improvements to the sidewalk, performing drainage improvements. There was also discussion on the possibility, and MB5 prepared a report, and we had dynamic traffic look at this. At the intersection of Burnett and Lexington, there was discussion on either making that a dead end or making that a one-way into Lexington from Burnett. So that's, I assume, is going to be refined in our discussions at the Engineering, Public Works, and Planning Committee meetings. But I wanted to make the committee aware of that. Okay, moving on. This is a standard request CDBG. The amount is, we typically get each year around $200,000. That's a grant, but the grant is reimbursable. So we have to front the money, they reimburse us. But this is really essential for providing, compliant ramps throughout our intersections and streets, and as well as, compliant ramps to our municipal buildings. D Hart is a perfect example. That switchback ramp was paid for with CDBG funds from prior years. So it's a great program. We absolutely, consider it critical. Moving on, traffic calming requests at various locations. I'm requesting, I think the money is fairly consistent year to year. This pays for our incredible consultants who help us. And it also pays for these upgrades that we do: speed humps, push button LED pedestrian signs, striping improvements, things that calm traffic, signage. So this is also a critical line item, I think, for ensuring the safety of our pedestrians. A good example of this was Prospect Street. We changed the whole corridor and restriped everything. And I think most of the residents, if not all, feel pretty strongly that that was an improvement. Moving on, municipal pool upgrades. So the requested funding amount of $625 reflects two things. It reflects upgrades to the dive platform, which actually we're actually ordering replacement parts, and we've awarded to a contractor those improvements. We're going to get that done before Memorial Day. But it also includes a future upgrade for the gutter in the competition pool. When we upgraded and made those major improvements to the pool system, we realized that the gutter along the competition pool, we realized this after the fact, that the gutter really needs to be replaced as well. So that money would pay for the design of this gutter system and would pay for its replacement most likely after Labor Day of this year. I will note that the dive platform is absolutely essential, but the gutter system is optional. Right now, I believe Ms. Mancuso operates the gutter in a flooded condition, and that seems to solve the problem. If you had to defer that, you could. In-house engineering services, 2210, that is standard each year. Again, this is just a reimbursable account and allows us to, basically charge capital accounts, that were the result of improvements, capital expenditures. 2211, the village center parking lot reconstruction. So in a prior year, I think it was 2020, the committee had funded some money towards this. And in our design, we incorporated some green technology, such as a rain garden, for example, and the drainage was significant in this project. What this does is it takes all the parking pods that you see at D Hart right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm skipping ahead here. Village Center parking lot reconstruction. I apologize. The Village Center lot is a project that our design consultant is working on now. And that is basically behind Village Coffee. It's the reconstruction and repurposing of that parking lot. That project will consolidate dumpsters. That project will consolidate traffic flow. It'll make it one way, and it's a significant improvement in that area. We actually had a design firm come in through the state. They were planners, and they looked at that the whole township as a whole, and one of their main recommendations was reconstructing that Village Center parking lot. So that is what this is. Most recently we had a meeting with the merchants. We discussed, the plans as there are. We're trying to get this project constructed this year. And this money actually represents a portion of the project that we did not anticipate. The $150,000 represents a retaining wall and sidewalk that we formerly thought was owned by NJ Transit. It actually is owned by us. So that's the difference in the monies. Moving on. Okay, good. Yeah, my notes were a little different. The drainage swale repairs. So obviously we talked about the damage from Tropical Storm Ida. It was tremendous. And, some of the swales on Curtis Place, Roosevelt Road, and Durand Road were impacted and damaged as a result of the storm. So I know that administration has submitted this to our insurance carrier for reimbursement. And we'll see what, if they're gonna fund some of the damage that was done. We could also consider, we've also submitted this towards FEMA if insurance does not cover this. But the estimate you see here, I want to explain this. The actual storm damage was approximately $152,000. This is an approximate estimate. That does not factor any road reconstruction. And our concern was when we fixed the swales that were impacted from Tropical Storm Ida, you're going to have potentially other swales that were not constructed under township standards. All right, the residents through the years have made repairs on their own. And our concern is what happens if a storm comes and rips up more of the swale. So to address this, we gave the option, and this is something we'll probably have to discuss and the committee would have to discuss, of actually reconstructing all of the swales to make them more stormwater resilient. All right, and that's what the $1 million number's for, to reconstruct all the swales so that they look consistent and they're more resilient for stormwater storms. And the second number, the 1.35 million, is representing reconstruction of all the swales and the actual road surface. Moving on. 2213. So this line item, excuse me, represents the reconstruction of our beautiful rainbow crosswalk. And I don't know if people realize this, but Valley Street gets daily traffic of about 20,000 cars a day. It's a tremendous volume of cars. So through the years, I guess this is going on 3-4 years of age, there's been millions of cars that have crossed Valley Street. And unfortunately, the crosswalk has shown its wear. So this cost that we included actually reflects replacing the crosswalk. 2214, environmental improvements. So this is really a standard budget line item we include each year. And this goes towards unanticipated costs, such as asbestos abatement. It goes towards environmental concerns, such as contaminated soil and groundwater. We still have a number of sites in the township where we had heating oil tanks that were leaking. And this budget line item would pay for the cost for ongoing groundwater investigation. 2215, DeHart playing field evaluation. So we have a placeholder of $1 million here. And since we placed this capital request in, we did have a chance to actually sit back and think about this. I broke the cost down to two different costs. One is a phase one approach at $250,000, and the second phase is $750,000. I think most of us are in agreement that the DeHart field has not performed the way that we were all expecting, right? And the township has really taken some extraordinary measures to try to improve the playing conditions. But I would say up until now, we have not been fully successful. So we're going to take a different approach. My suggestion is to at least fund this, the $250,000 for phase one. And once we perform the investigative work and come up with a design that we're comfortable with, we can then cost out the project more accurately and consider some type of bond ordinance in the future to pay for those improvements. That's something that the committee could consider doing. So I defer that to the committee and what available funds we have, but at a minimum, I'd bond phase one improvements at $250,000, and certainly phase two at $1 million would be a good estimate on what that may cost. Moving on, 2216, DeHart parking lot reconstruction. This is, I have my notes backwards, but this is the one that I was talking about before. So D Hart has a series of parking pods, and the way the parking's set up, and it's not conducive for a number of things. Most importantly, our sidewalk is not continuous along the roadway like it normally is. Residents are required to either walk at the edge of the street and connect the sidewalks, or they have to hug the building, which is, when you're walking, it's kind of out of their way. And people have a tendency to take the path of least resistance when walking and take the straight path, and they simply walk in the street. So for our seniors and for our residents, we would like to repurpose this parking lot, reconstruct it so it's linear, it's angled parking, it's a one-way, and that would not only help residents and seniors, it would help things such as snowplow activities. So we have a fully engineered plan that's ready to go. We just need some additional funding, which is indicated there. So that is the summary of our capital requests. Mayor, do you or the committee have any questions for me and Hussam?
Yes, I think there's going to be some questions. First of all, Mr. Kittner, what an ambitious 2022, my friend. And you and your team are small but mighty, but still, this is a very ambitious. But as you're describing these, and thank you for taking the time to be so methodical and informative about every single request, I tell you, it's going to be really hard to make adjustments here or to take things out, because you said it at the very beginning. This is about resiliency. And, I saw resiliency in nearly every single one of your requests. And thank you for being so thorough. All right, so I have a few questions that I've been jotting down, but I'm gonna let my colleagues start off first. I'm gonna open the floor. Anyone? Mr. Deputy Mayor DeLuca?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kinder, I was trying to write down the project numbers, so I think I got them. So on 2201, which is the roads, you had the high priority, medium, low, or high and medium. If we were to fund you at that level, could all those roads get done in 2022, or are we talking about some of those being put over in 2023?
So, Deputy Mayor, that's a very good question. And my team has already started designing the roads on the top of the list. And, municipal funding is always tricky because you don't fully get the funds until perhaps late May or June. But we are anticipating, and it's our intention to have the plan fully designed with our solidified road list and ready to be bid out by the end of May. So that'll coincide with the funding. Unfortunately, the way the construction field has been, we're sometimes subject to what type of contractor we get, who's the lowest responsible bidder, and B, what type of projects they have lined up. There's been delays in everything, and it's very difficult estimating. But to answer your question, it's our intention to get it all done. I can't promise it to you because if we get the wrong contractor,
right,
it makes it very difficult.
But on your end, you have sufficient staffing to do your piece of it, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. On 2203, which is an item number 5, the air conditioning of the woodland. Now, I believe we put 200,000 in before, and now we're asking for another, or now the request is another 400,000. So now we're up to 600,000 for the air conditioning. So I think we need to, as a group, we need to do a cost benefit analysis, because that, I think, is tipping us over into not worth it at this point. 2204, that's the Maple Terrace for the piping. And I believe it was $500,000. If the DEP refuses to allow us to do the piping, is that sufficient to start work on the alternative, which would be the brook walls?
So that's also a very good question. The answer is I think we can start work on it. If we had to replace the walls, you're probably looking at another $200,000 to $250,000 worth of money.
Okay.
So, but based on the timing of getting the approvals and based on our estimation of when the project may start, I doubt the whole project's going to be completed this year. It may go into next year. So with that understanding, yes, you know, we could perhaps consider pushing that to the difference to next year, the 250.
Okay. 2206, that's the Lexington Avenue. And the question I have is, at the end of your talking about paving Lexington, you mentioned about the one-way on the intersection of Lexington and Burnett. I assume that money is not in your projection here of $1,050,000.
No, you're entirely correct. It is not in the estimate. You know, it is not uncommon for, and we did this with Midland Boulevard, but it's not uncommon to parse DOT municipal funded projects into two, for example. And if you wanted to, for example, do the worst section of Lexington and do drainage and do the one way or the terminus, the dead end, then we could consider doing that work within the budgeted amount that I requested, if that makes sense. So we can adjust the job as we need to, but this does not include the anticipated costs, which may range anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000. It could be less if it's mainly striping, but if you're talking curbs and physical improvements, which is likely, then you're probably looking at another $150,000 on top of that.
Okay. And then on 2209, the pool gutter, did I hear you say that this could be deferred?
That can be deferred. We ran a whole season with the existing gutter and the former. Before we made all those upgrades, I think the prior foreman, he flooded the gutters and ran the pool net situation. So all those years. So I think it can be deferred to next year. But I would not defer, we cannot defer the dive platform, which I need $125,000 for that.
Right. And 2216, the DeHart parking lot. Now, we funded 120 last year and we're asking for another 180. Is that correct?
Yes, we actually, through the course of design, we realized that the drainage was more substantial than we anticipated, and as a result, there's some additional costs. And just as a detail, I think if I'm not mistaken, the funding was actually done in 2020. We made the request last year, but it wasn't funded, so we carried it over.
All right. And just so everyone is aware, because we're in the neighborhood preservation program, the state has a capital program for NPP groups. So we are looking at a couple of these ideas. And one idea would be the Burnett Lexington intersection. The other idea would be the DeHart parking lot, is to see if we can get money through that vehicle. Because I'm not sure that they're both priorities for this year. But if we can get them through that other vehicle, then that other funding mechanism, then I would say we should pursue it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Adams. I know I did say that I was gonna let everybody else, I was gonna go last, but I'm just gonna follow up on the questions that Deputy Mayor DeLuca asked, because I had the same questions on those same items, if you don't mind, and I appreciate your courtesy, and I apologize for the switch. So let's go back to 2201, which is the roads. We could do high priority, and those could be done all in 2022. Is that right, Mr. Kittner?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. We could focus on just the high priority roads, for example, and those could be done this year. I anticipate that they will be done.
Terrific. 2203 buildings. I too am a bit flabbergasted by the additional request of $400K for the air conditioning at the Woodland. With all due respect to the Historic Preservation Commission and recognizing our obligation and our collaboration, we need to push back there. Another $400K? No. We really need to push back and we need to revise that number. And we need to come to a compromise. I mean,
I don't think it has to do with HPC.
I think it does. I think these additional improvements were requested to make it more historic. Is that incorrect, Mr. Kittner?
It's not incorrect, but honestly, the 200 that we requested originally was just not enough money. All right. I think the information that we received initially was insufficient, but there were changes that were made that certainly increased the cost through HPC. We will work our best to, of course, bring the project in less than 400,000 that's shown here. But, you know, through municipal government, it's always better to make sure that we have sufficient funds to be able to perform the work. If the township wants to go forward with this, I would rather have the 400,000. Can we bring it in at 350? Very possibly. But I would prefer to have the 400,000 in place so that, you know, we cover any unforeseen circumstances.
Is that for the whole building? Because I thought we were gonna, it is. All right. So
It
at
is
one
for the
point, we
whole
were
building.
talking about just doing the big room and not the rest, keeping the window units for the rest until such time that we wanted to invest more. Because
This-
the biggest room is where all the noise happens and the doors get open and it bothers the neighbors. So the thought was to do only that room. Is the
Sure.
200,000 sufficient to do only that big, what's it called, auditorium or whatever?
Well, no, the 200,000 by itself will not do the auditorium. And the reason is because the condensing units have to be in a different location. And we basically have to make modifications to the property to do that. And the cost of those modifications plus the units themselves, it's 200,000 is not sufficient to do that.
Okay.
If the committee wanted to move forward with funding just a portion of this for the large committee, for the large room, then we can take a closer look at this number and try to parse it down.
I
to
think
see-
that's an important thing to do.
Okay.
I think that's not a bad idea. 2204 Maple Terrace. I just wanted to but like clarify the record here because as far as I understand it, Mr. Kittner, we have received a hardship waiver from the typical DEP restrictions so that we can pursue the full piping treatment here. And that was publicized around the country pretty much in the press. And we do have documentary evidence through correspondence with DEP since then that we were going to file a permit to do this work along with our hardship waiver, which they are going to counsel us on how to write that and submit it based on the assurances that we were made. Isn't that right?
So Mayor, we worked with DEP on this, and obviously we had our field investigation. We went back and forth, and during that process, we kind of broke it up into two phases. One was putting in the debris racks, which has been done and completed. The second phase was actually submitting a set of plans that fully engineers a pipe solution. And in the field, they were very positive and responsive and said that they would move forward with this. That's the feedback we've gotten. But I don't think we physically got the hardship waiver technically yet, from them. They have to submit the drawings. Once we submit the drawings and they review that, they have a certain window of time to do that. Once they review it, we anticipate that they will provide that hardship waiver for us.
We don't only anticipate that. They told us that, Mr. Kittner. I was there.
They mentioned that they would move forward with this. Yes.
Yeah, and they
I just don't have it in writing.
Okay, fine. But they did tell us that, and they did tell us to draft that in addition to, separately from the permit so that they can help us along in it. So I don't think we have to worry about, anyway, it's important because the public is here and we don't want to misinform people or bait and switch here. So what was reported before, what we talked about before is still the case. 2206 NJ DOT Lex Ave. You stated when you were describing that 1,070,000 number that we received a $500,000 grant. Do we have that money? So does that offset the 1,070,000 or not?
So DOT has committed the money, the 505,000, and it's a reimbursement grant like so many other grants. So you have to actually shell out the money, you front the money through construction, and then they reimburse you. So they've committed the 505,000, but you don't physically get the funds until it's constructed.
Got it. Got it. And the Village Center parking lot reconstruction is 2211. We had already set aside last year, was it 150 or 300? I forget.
I believe it was 350, Mayor, and that was based on the estimated cost from our design consultant. But at that time, there was one issue, and that was a title issue, and it was the sidewalk right against the NJ Transit tracks. And at the time when the estimate was formed, the thought was that that was actually NJ Transit's sidewalk and curb. But through further deed research, which we performed, we realized that it's more than likely our sidewalk and curb. So that 150,000 is the estimated cost to pay for those additional improvements on top of the 350.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Kittner. And for real this time, I'm opening up the floor to my colleagues.
Well, I was going to follow up on a lot of those things. So let's go back again to building improvements. I don't know where that, maybe we should just take in building improvements road program, but whatever. So I know it would be great to have the architectural lighting on Town Hall, but to me, that's sort of a luxury item that's not as necessary. But correct me if I'm wrong, but with the replacement of the walkway in front of Town Hall and that rebuilding, the infrastructure, if you will, for the lighting has been installed already.
Their base amount has been installed. So
this would be what would be needed to add to it. So it's not something that couldn't be held off on.
This money that's being requested would add to that. The walkway project included 5 LED fixtures that would be flush mounted, that would project up towards the columns of the building. And this money would represent some of the additional improvements and recommendations that were made to enhance the lighting in the building, right?
Okay. And then, wait, where's my other notes? So with regard, can you explain, I think I know the answer, just having been on engineering for so long now, the discrepancy between one road, Lexington, at $1,070,000 and the entire road program, the other roads, like 7 or 8 roads, I don't remember, as a total of 1.6 million. So the difference between the two, like what's done on those group of roads versus Lexington?
So Lexington is kind of unique because similar to a road that we reconstructed back in 2017, Franklin Avenue, the groundwater is very high in this location and the sump pumps run often. And that's really deteriorated the road condition on Lexington Ave. So Lexington Ave, we anticipate an approach that's similar to Franklin Avenue, where we would have extensive drainage improvements, tying in everyone's sump pumps so that the road predominantly stays dry. And that's the difference in the cost. The other roads do not have that. When you incorporate drainage improvements, oftentimes you have to factor in curb replacement too, because curb naturally, you undermine the curb when you perform some of the trenching, and you end up invariably replacing the curb as well. So it's kind of a domino effect. It's definitely a much higher cost per linear foot of roadway cost, and that's the reason it's so much more expensive.
Okay, so would the existing sump pumps on Lexington then be tied into the new infrastructure for the stormwater so that they're not ruining the road like they're doing now?
That's our plan, is to tie that in so that to the extent that we can, and there's different ways of doing that, but depending on, regardless of which way we end up deciding on how to address it, the intention is to get as many of the sump pumps tied in as possible.
Okay. And back to building improvements, you said you had sort of a regular repairs that get called upon every year. I think you had 150,000 in it for this year. Normally it's that's a lump sum of 50 that you pull from. So why do you feel the need to triple the amount?
I don't have last year's before me. I apologize.
I'm pretty sure it's usually a 50,000 every year. And now it's 150.
I thought last year we did request 150, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
might be wrong, but I know it's so.
But invariably this budget is used, and there's a need for it because there's a lot of unanticipated costs, and it's not just my department, it's other
Oh,
departments.
yeah, I know. I know.
Maybe the fire department needs help, or the police building, or the library, or recreation. So oftentimes I use this money to fund needed improvements to our infrastructure that wasn't originally anticipated.
And with regard to the swales, is that something you're talking about when you mentioned rebuilding them to be similar across the board? Basically, we're talking about all the roads with the stone gutters, if you will, for what other people think of it as, from Wyoming down to Ridgewood, right?
So that estimate, excuse me, that estimate is for Curtis Place, Roosevelt Road, and Durand. And yes, Wyoming to Ridgewood. Again, if you're just focused on replacing the swales that were damaged from the storm, our estimate was 150,000. That does not include repaving the roads. It includes a 2-foot pavement repair strip. And only the locations of swales that were damaged. So we would always, of course, do our best to match the concrete. We could tint the concrete. We could match the riprap size and the stone size, but it's never going to look the same. And, it's quite possible that certain houses are going to have a swale that looks different than what exists, that different than what they have now. All right. Because we're focused on only the damaged areas. So that's why I included the various totals. The 1 million was to reconstruct all the swales, increasing the resiliency under, using our detail, all right, for swale reconstruction. And then
And are any of those 3 roads, none of them is in the any of them in the anticipated next few years of road program?
Well, there's certain roads that are getting worse, but what would you say, Hussam?
I would say Curtis and Durand Road were on our radar in the next 2-3 years. They were on our radar. I will say that PSE&G did extensive work on Curtis Place, installing a main. So we could open up discussions with them and see how much they're willing to possibly cost share for the paving of that.
Well, I guess that's my point. So I feel like this one could use a deeper dive by your department as to see where doing repairs where it was damaged, to hold it over until such time as, and then including it with those roads, since 2 out of 3 of them you're talking about. With regard to the utility, I know Ridgewood Road has been ripped up recently too. We have a moratorium, that we need to have them, the utility companies are supposed to go curb to curb or middle of the road to curb.
So if the utility companies, whether it's an emergency or a planned repair, well, technically when a road is in moratorium, it should only be an emergency. But when they perform that repair under our ordinance, they're supposed to go 50 feet up and 50 feet down and do a full width curb to curb restoration. I can tell you that normally does not happen. They simply refuse to do that. But they will perform an elevated restoration, usually infrared the restoration so it matches, and they normally do at the end a pretty good repair, but it's not curb to curb.
It's not curb to curb. Okay, so to that end, when on Durand, if we could work with them the way we do with New Jersey American on other roads for figuring that out. But that's what I would ask with regard to this, because that's a big chunk of money, $1 million for those 3 roads. I think it might be something we can address in the next few years of road program.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor, just jump in on that point, because the director and Hussam and I talked about that specific point yesterday. And, he alluded to it, you know, one way to save, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, you said at least a couple $100,000 off that price would be if we just did the swales that were damaged and the roads. So then the question I asked was, you know, how different would that look, you know, from section of swale to section of swale? Would it be so aesthetically objectionable where we wouldn't want to do it, or is it something that can be barely noticeable? Because if we were to do that, I think you said we knock off a couple $100,000 off that $1 million right off the bat. And so maybe you can address your thoughts on, if we did it that way, how different would a swale section look that we newly replaced as a result of IDA versus something that we didn't feel the need to replace?
So thank you, Mr. Jimes. And we did have that discussion. And if you weren't going to repave the roads, you were only going to do, for example, a pavement repair strip, that not paving the roads would knock maybe $400,000 off those 3 roads. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So that's why we included the middle number, which is around $1 million, right, for the construction. Now, understand the bids could come in less, they could come in more, but that's our estimate. And in terms of matching, again, there's ways to match concrete. You could tint concrete. You can match aggregate size. The pavement repair strips, you know, we'll do our best to match the existing pavement. Quite frankly, these streets, a lot of them are in really bad shape. So the pavement repair is going to be in better shape than the rest of the road. And that would be the distinction. That's, you know, we'll do our best to match it. But it's not going to look like it was, you know, perfect and pristine.
You have an example of that on Oakland, right by Town Hall, right? Or is Oakview? Sorry, Oakview. Right? Wait, I can't remember.
I can tell you that.
Sorry, Park.
Well,
Park, right next to the Town Hall driveway.
Right. So Park Road, if you look near the intersection of Valley on the side of Town Hall, we reconstructed that swale, I think back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And initially the Portland cement was very white. We did not tint the concrete. It was very white. And over time it does dull, it gets darker, it fills with, you know, dirt and debris, and it kind of blends in now more with the swales that are out there. And that at worst case would be kind of what you're looking at with Durand and Curtis and Roosevelt. So that's actually a good example. You know, back in 2017, we had a water main burst, a 16-inch water main on Oakland Road. And the company came in and reconstructed many of the swales there and performed pavement repairs. You could also look there to see how that would look on Oakland Road next to Kensington. You know, but over time, it all seems to blend in. It just takes time.
I will say, if I may, that if you do get a storm similar to Ida, if you just repair what was damaged, you may have more damage later on if they're not all repaired.
That's a good point, Hussam.
That actually was what I was trying to lean towards with my question, the idea behind the patches. What's the estimated like longevity on these things? Is it a Band-Aid we're putting on, or is it a fix that's going to last for much longer?
You know, Ms. Cripe, that's a very good question. And I don't like to do Band-Aids at all. That's when I make repairs and commit public funds, we always do this in a way that, you know, benefits the public and gives a good return. So when we repair it, it's not a Band-Aid. But that's not to say that other sections of roads through the years that have been reconstructed by individual residents not using a standard detail, for example, right? That they could very well, like Mr. Zaidan said, fail. You know, if there's a bad storm, and we seem to get these once a year, you know, you almost have to expect that some of these are gonna fail in a heavy rain. That's the problem.
Okay, Mr. McGehee?
Yeah, I actually had a point of order because I was doing the math. Is it possible that we could get this PDF in an Excel or some type of document where I can, like, you know, do my figuring? Because it's difficult to use a PDF to kind of extract numbers and really come up with a percentage.
I think we'll talk about that in the next portion. Certainly, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it just has to be done because like I'm making notes here and pulling out and percentages and, and then I want to yield the floor to Mr. Kaloje to let me know, what am I playing with? I mean, we have, 13.1, 13.8, take the math here, funding, pre-funded, but what's our ceiling here? Because that's going to help me really get through this and make some thoughtful decisions.
We will send out an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, Mayor, I have to have that.
Yeah, I think we all need to have that. Are there other questions from Mr. Kittner about his requests? Deputy Mayor DeLuca?
I just want to go back to the swales for a minute. The swales typically are considered the same as a curb, and it would be the responsibility of the property owner, correct?
Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Yeah, so in the, for those that were damaged in Ida, there's an expectation that there'd be some repair, and we're going out to try to get money for that, either from the insurance company or from FEMA to do that. Have we thought at all about doing any kind of cost share program with the residents on the balance on the ones that you want to replace that weren't damaged?
I think that's a fair point, and it's probably something that we should discuss at our next Engineering Public Works meeting.
Okay. And then I have a question on your DPW. We got a list of your priorities. Since you're here, let me ask you, you deprioritized the DPW roof. I thought last week when we were talking about it, you had that as a higher priority.
I did. I reorganized the priorities of that request, and I pushed that down further.
And you think there's no long-lasting damage if we put it off for a year?
I don't think so. Not more than what's already been done. I think we could push that one more year.
All right.
I have one final question, Mr. Kittner. Have you had the opportunity to take all of these projects, and you've done it with some of them because you already knew of grant opportunities we've used before, programs that have been annual, but have you compared them against the guidebook that we received from the federal government about infrastructure grants that are going to be made available? I know I circulated that, and I think some of these projects, certainly the road project would be eligible. Even the Maple Terrace improvements would be eligible. We'd have to front the money like we do with every grant, but I'm just wondering if your office has had the opportunity to do that study.
Mayor, we have not done that, but I'm more than happy to, look, compare and contrast, our request versus available funding. And I know that a number of the committee members, including yourself, have pushed for available grants and funding. So it's certainly a high priority of ours to try to find that money and alleviate the burden on residents. So
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kittner. You have your excellent staff here with you, Mr. Redmond and Mr. Zayden. So I'm going to kick it to them too, very capable. So listen, gentlemen, our Congress, our federal representatives are reaching out to me and saying, where is your list of projects you want us to consider? And I've been now to a couple of meetings with our representatives about this, and I keep going back to them empty-handed. I think the money is going to become available this summer, but summer is around the corner. And I really want you both, I know you're busy with projects and the day-to-day stuff, and there isn't enough time in the day to do everything that we need to do. I understand that, but I really think we need to make this a really high priority. I will recirculate that information because I know we all have way too many emails. So after this meeting, I will recirculate that information to you both, but I really think that that's a really good project for you both to get on ASAP.
Yeah, thank you. We will definitely do that.
Okay, well, oh, go ahead, Ms. Adams.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because we didn't get to give the accolades for our engineering department the way we have for other directors. And Paul, it's been a real pleasure working with you as, you know, on engineering and public works ever since you came, and just on a day-to-day thing when we chat about whether it's recycling contracts or sewers or whatever it is, all these sexy topics we talk about. But I just really, really appreciate your thoroughness and your the care you take in your work, and the yeoman's job you've done on combining the two departments and running both of them. I think we've seen, at least I personally have seen, a real improvement, and am extremely grateful for you and your staff. Thank you.
Ms. Adams, thank you. I'm supported by incredible people, so I'm very very lucky. But thank
You are, Paul. I want to echo those remarks. In addition to those things that Ms. Adams highlighted, you're also very open to engaging with the public. We know we live in a very engaged community with lots of opinions. Everyone is an expert these days, and you do it. You sit there, you listen, you're attentive, and you're willing to go back and adjust and reconsider. And that's further evidence of your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Okay. Go ahead, McGehee.
Yeah, one, point over where we were going through the capital, I actually, and don't hate me, I went back into the OE lines for Mr. Kidner, so you're not off the hot seat yet.
Pull that up. Can we pull it up?
Yeah, I had a question for you.
Okay, Mr. Jimes is pulling that up for us. Just a minute.
And this is relating to the recent events that are happening in Europe. And I noticed that you had increased diesel fuel for our jitneys, which makes sense. It's going back to work. Line item 294-294-202, you increased it by 146% from what you requested last year versus what you're requesting this year. So from 12 to 30, which, percentage-wise is bigger than it is in a true monetary perspective. But then for your vehicle maintenance operating expenses, 315-201, gasoline, diesel fuel, you actually have it going down 21% from a request of 235 to 185. So I just wanted to understand what the discrepancy was, and also assuming the cost of fuel is going to go up with the recent tragic events happening in Ukraine. Just want to get the rationale behind that. Your average run rate has been 169,000 actuals to 2021 through 2019. So you see you went down here. You were 231,091 in 2021. So I just wanted to get the rationale why you asked for 235, you used 231, but now you're going down to 185. We're reopening. Just wanted to get the narrative there. It's 315, 201.
201.
Yeah, it's highlighted on the screen.
Yeah, no, I see that. So I may need our CFO to assist with this, but I can say that last year our jitneys did not run the full year. They ran a portion of the year. I will say that our gas, last year was all from Wawa. We had a contract with them. We continue to have that contract. But in terms of the cost, it's a fair question, because why would we ask less? I do anticipate, by the way, a cost savings this year from ordering on state contract national fuel, which should be cheaper. But again, with the crisis, committee member McGehee, that's a valid point. That the price may be more. I'll have to work with our CFO and confirm those numbers. It's a very good point.
I appreciate that. And then my last question, and then second to last, then you're done. 375-208. This is shade tree / parks and playgrounds operating expense. Grass cutting, you have it up 125% from 20K to 45K. What's the rationale there?
So our grass cutting contract is typically $40,000, and that's a contractor we use to cut the grass in our township. It's typically 40,000. We increased it slightly and tried anticipating some additional costs. I don't know why the cost only reflects 18,000 there. And again, I may need our help from our CFO, because the cost is typically $40,000 to cut for our contracts each year. And we increased that cost this year, the request, because we believe that the cost is going to be slightly more this year.
Okay, yeah, that was a flag for me. I appreciate that.
Okay.
18 to 45 theoretically. All right. And
Okay.
then you had other miscellaneous traffic light maintenance. I know we just did the traffic lights. That's up 54%. Elevator inspections and maintenance, that's up 43% from, you're asking for 10,000. You asked for 7,000 last year. You spent 5. We have 3 elevators in town: Town Hall, the Woodland, and 1618. Am I missing any other buildings with elevators? Oh, maybe 106.
We have the police building too.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but I'll certainly look into those numbers. These are all valid questions, and I'll try to email the committee with some clarity on this.
thank you, Mr. Kittner. And I too appreciate you as well. You're off the hot seat, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kittner.
If I can add to the conversation, Mayor?
Yes, of course, Mr. Kolodziej. Do you have answers to those questions?
Hopefully I do. We'll start with the grass cutting. There's a consolidation of our budget. Prior, we had a separate section for shade tree and a separate section for parks and playgrounds. However, there's really only one foreperson that's doing both of those divisions of the DPW. So this year's budget's combining that, so that the increase is taking it from a line item that was in a different spot of the budget and the existing line item. And so there isn't a significant increase as much as it's just a consolidation of the funding. The other question was about jitney fuel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it was point of order. It wasn't about the jitney fuel. The jitney fuel went up, and we expect that because we're going to be using our jitneys. But the gasoline and diesel fuel line item for DPW vehicle maintenance went down. So they went this way. So that was the question.
We'll double check the figure, but that may also be a function of a reallocation between what is supposed to be landing in the jitney and what is landing in vehicle maintenance.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kolodziej. Mayor.
Okay, well, Mr. Kittner, for real this time, you are free to go, my friend, and you and your team, thank you all very much again for your time today.
Mayor, thank you. It's always our pleasure, and on behalf of my staff, we sincerely appreciate serving both this committee, the township, and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, what's left of it. Okay, so this is a question for my colleagues. I personally think that we should allow the departments to, certainly engineering, which is the majority of the capital requests, allow them to work with CFO Kolodziej to make the adjustments that we just spoke about and to come back with a final capital project request that we can discuss at a later time, either at the March 15th TC, we can do it as we've done before as part of the TC meeting, or on Saturday, March 19th. How does everybody feel about that?
I agree, Mayor. Again, my point is, let's have this spreadsheet revised and let's receive it in a workable format. So as those who look at this document and make changes, as I've been communicating, I can go in and I can put things together and create, deltas and things like that. I can't do it on a PDF. So I need this in Excel or a Google shared doc or Google Sheets. So I can go in, I can segment between engineering and DPW and then come back. And then Mr. Kolodziej, I need to know, did he leave me, sir? I need to know what I'm playing with. I need to know how much, I need to know what my cap is.
Yep. Yep. Deputy Mayor DeLuca, your thoughts about reconvening when we have that information?
Yeah, I think we need some more information. I guess I would like to understand a little bit more about Mr. Jimes, your plans to give us your recommendations. We have not received any of your recommendations. And I'd like to see what you're recommending and put all that in. I also would like to know what the gap is. I think when I was reading this, on our operating side, we're talking about a $2.6 million gap or something like that. Is that right, from the requested? And that includes 670 for the capital fund, which would be all the projects. Okay. So, and then, you know, every time we cut $1 million, we're saving $50,000. Is that correct? 5%, right? Yeah. So, you save. So every time we cut $1 million on the capital side, we're saving 50,000 on the operating side. So it's not a 1-for-1. And I think, but I would like to see what Mr. Jimes is recommending, because I don't think we can talk about the capital separate from the operating, because one, it's all part of the same thing.
Of course.
So, and I'm willing to meet again on the 19th.
Okay. And everyone else okay with that?
Yeah.
The
Okay.
19th may or may not be okay for me. My son might actually be in town. If that's the case, having seen him once in the last 3 years, I might take priority. So hopefully not. I think it might be the following weekend, but I just wanted to stick
Appreciate
that out.
that. Appreciate that. I mean, what we could do for this is obviously it would be a truncated session. We wouldn't need to meet from 10 until 3 like we are today. It could be, 9 a.m. to noon if we need all of that time, right? And still have the opportunity. Committee member Kripe, I know that you also are soon to do some of your newly elected municipal trainings. Do you have any Saturdays that don't work for you?
My next training is on the 26th, so I'm good. The 19th is free.
The 19th is free if we can make it work. Okay. All right. So let's do that. I think that's a good idea so that we can really get into it with final numbers and having, the opportunity to review that ahead of time. So Mr. Jimes, you have your walking orders there to get us this information. We need a spreadsheet, Mr. Kolodziej. We need final recommendations and certainly everything adjusted based on our discussions today. Is that good?
It works. And I'll make sure you have that information, several days in advance of that meeting. So you're in the meeting fully prepared.
We appreciate that. So what we're aiming for is March 19th at 9 a.m. if we can. Let's just sort of think about that as our target date. And with that, we're going to go into our public comment session.
Mayor, can I just say something first? One more request, please. It was helpful to get the post-meeting breakdown from Mr. Kittner as to what was high priority and low priority. If he could do that with his engineering request too, because he mentioned that in the conversation, but if he could put the list or even break out, here's, because he talked about one item, you can fund this and not, make this low. It would be helpful to hear some of his higher and lower priorities too. Thank you.
I agree with, that's why I brought up last week. If they can all go back and call it stack ranking it, then we get, because we're, they're not going to get cut. So let's hear from all these departments that put in capital, let them all stack rank and bring that.
And preferred coverage, instead of doing part, he was talking about the ACEs or whatever they're called. What would be the best way of doing things? And their recommendation is professionals.
Terrific. Agreed. I think that's a good approach. Okay. So let's go into, do we have anyone?
You have a question from Mary Mann in
We
the
do
chat.
have a good question. Mr. Kolodziej, can you remind us of our timeline in terms of when we have to have a budget adopted for the state?
So the state said that we have until March 31st or the first regularly scheduled meeting thereafter in order to introduce a budget. And then we have 1 month to adopt the budget. However, we always have the ability to postpone the adoption because we are planning to amend what was introduced.
Right.
So we are right on schedule right now.
We're right on schedule. That's what I was going to say. Okay, terrific. So do we have any members of the public who have joined us today who want to make a comment? Ms. Barnett?
I am seeing no hands, Mayor.
No hands, that's okay. So then with that, I motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Can we just do this by acclamation, Ms. Fritzen? Can we
I'm
all?
gonna take a roll call, Mayor.
Okay.
Because there might be one of us that doesn't want to.
Right.
Not today, Ms. Adams, not today.
Ms. Adams,
Yeah.
Ms. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. McGehee,
Yes.
Mayor Daffis.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you all. Thank you. We did a good job today. Good job. Thank you. Take care, everyone.